Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of July 21st, 2020. Call the meeting to order and ask our clerk for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft? Here. Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Here.
Councilmember Griffith? Councilmember Griffith? I think he's having...
Sorry, I was on mute. I'm here. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Mayor Fury?
Present.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The council now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, public employee appointment, 14B, public employee performance evaluation, and 14C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Closed session on these matters are authorized by California Government Code sections 54957B1 and 54956.9D4. We will return at 7 p.m. Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of July 21st, 2020. We've been in an executive session. I'm calling the meeting back to order. Mr. Jackson, is there anything to report?
No, Your Honor, there is not.
Thank you. And thank you to the community for joining us for tonight's council meeting. These web-based and phone-based meetings have become our new normal, and I want to once again thank staff for their efforts in making sure business runs smoothly and efficiently and that the public has an opportunity to participate. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. Thank you for those who have already met today's deadline. Those emails have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record, but not tonight. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or city cable, because of the challenges faced in this council format and in accordance with Government Code Section 549.3A, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute comment period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for general orals by telephone calling. The only exception to this 60-minute period is public hearings. Comments that are directly relevant to agenda-sized hearings will be taken as part of that hearing. You may participate by calling in the Public Input Hotline. The number is 310-618-2404 and will be displayed on the screen from time to time. Please be patient when calling in, and please be aware that our call center is very, very busy taking multiple phone calls, so you may get a busy signal when calling in. So if this is the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. That takes us to our flag salute and invocation. Tonight, the flag salute will be led by Councilmember Ashcraft and the invocation by Councilmember Chen. Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Thank you. Please join me with the salute to our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us offer our deepest condolences to Congressman John Lewis' family with a moment of silence to pay tribute to the congressman who passed away July 17th. He was a prominent leader calling our country to live up to its highest ideals with justice and equality for all people, regardless of color or creed. Lord, comfort the family of Congressman Lewis, and may his legacy of peace, justice, and equality for all people dwell deeply in us. I will read a verse from 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Lord, grant us wisdom, discernment, courage to address the issues before us. As human beings, we all have sinned, and we ask for your forgiveness. We ask for your presence to guide us tonight. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is I'll take a report of the City Clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, the agenda was posted on Thursday, July 16th, with the revised agenda posted on Friday, July 17th.
Thank you. We'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Councilmember Griffith.
Councilman Griffith, second. Councilman Griffith, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Goodrich,
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths,
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani,
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci,
Yes.
Mayor Fury.
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items from staff.
Yes, Your Honor, this is Leroy Jackson. There are no withdrawn or deferred items. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website, Torrance.ca.gov, regarding item 6A, resolution denouncing xenophobia and anti-Asian American and Pacific Islander sentiment due to fear of COVID-19. Item 7, oral communications correspondence received from the public. And item 9A, provide COVID-19 recovery update and discuss and consider options for responding to the order from the county. And finally, item 9B, consider proposed state housing legislation. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcements. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a reminder that the 2020 census is still accepting submissions online, by phone, or by mail. To submit online, please visit 2020census.gov. Why does the 2020 census matter? Your responses determine congressional representation and help establish hundreds of billions in funding. Over the next decade, lawmakers will use data gathered in a census to make very important decisions. These decisions will affect communities, schools, programs, new roads, services for families, and much more. To make sure the right decisions are made, we need to make sure everyone responds to the census. If you would like more information on how the 2020 census can help shape our community, please visit 2020census.gov. Let's help shape our community's future by ensuring that Torrance reaches 100% participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. The City of Torrance has been and will remain committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of its residents during these unprecedented times. The dramatic increase in COVID-related cases in Los Angeles County has raised concerns in our community. We have received numerous requests to implement an enforcement of mandatory face covering in public. In response to this recent uptick in cases, cities such as Los Angeles County, including West Hollywood, Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, and Manhattan Beach, have instituted face covering enforcement policies. These policies provide local law enforcement agencies the authority to issue administrative fines to citizens who are non-compliant with the face covering requirements, with each offense accruing a larger fine. The City Council's concurrence, I'd like to recommend that staff bring back an item to address and consider all options pertaining to the enforcement of wearing face coverings at all times while in public. I have concurrence. I got 6 out of 7. So we'll be bringing that back. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
We will follow up, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Appreciate that. This takes us to community matters. 6A is a resolution denouncing xenophobia and anti-Asian American and Pacific Islander sentiment due to fears of the COVID-19 pandemic and affirming the city's commitment to the well-being and safety of Asian American communities. Councilman Chen, would you do the honor of reading this resolution for us?
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas the City of Torrance is committed to providing a safe environment that allows all residents and visitors equal access and opportunities. And whereas Johns Hopkins University Coronavirus Resource Center reports that 13,666,118 cases and more than 586,369 deaths have been confirmed worldwide since the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. And the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports 3,546,871 cases and 138,040 deaths in the United States as of June 25th, 2020. And whereas scientists have confirmed that COVID-19 does not respect borders and is not caused by ethnicity, and the World Health Organization has cautioned against using geographic descriptors because they can fuel ethnic discrimination. And whereas there are 23 million Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, which is 7% of the population of the United States. And whereas over 2 million Asian American and Pacific Islanders are working on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic in healthcare, law enforcement, first response, and transportation, as well as service industries. And whereas hate incidents, hate crimes, discrimination, and aggression against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are on the rise throughout the country as Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are being blamed for the COVID-19 outbreak. And whereas COVID-19 is a public health issue, not a racial one, and the characterization by some individuals of COVID-19 as a Chinese virus only encourages hate crimes, hate incidents, and discrimination against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders at a time when communities should be working to get through this crisis. And whereas in the city of Torrance, the Asian American and Pacific Islander population make up nearly 30% of the city's population. And whereas the increased use of anti-Asian rhetoric nationwide has resulted in Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders being harassed, assaulted, and scapegoated for the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the city of Torrance has the highest concentration of Japanese Americans in Los Angeles County. And whereas Medal of Honor recipient, Japanese American Torrance native, Mr. Ted Tanue, paid the ultimate price in service to the United States of America during World War II, while his family and more than 120,000 Americans of Japanese ancestry were unjustly imprisoned by the federal government solely based on race and bigotry. And whereas Torrance resident Mr. George Nakano served as the first Asian American member of the Torrance City Council and later served as a member of the California State Assembly. And whereas Mr. Ted Liu served as a member of the Torrance City Council, the California State Assembly, Senate, and currently in the House of Representatives as a congressman for California's 33rd Congressional District, which includes Torrance. And whereas Mr. Al Maritsuchi served as a member of the Torrance Unified School Board and currently in the California State Assembly as Assemblyman for the 66th Assembly District, which includes Torrance. And whereas the City Council of the City of Torrance wishes to affirm its commitment to the well-being and safety of Asian American and Pacific Islander residents, students, employees, visitors, and community members, and ensure they know they are not alone and that they can speak out to help stop the spread of bigotry. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Torrance hereby, 1, denounces xenophobia, racism, discrimination, and anti-Asian American and Pacific Islander sentiment due to the fears of the COVID-19 pandemic. 2, joins local districts, cities, councils, and states across the country in affirming its commitment to the safety and well-being of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. And 3, affirm its commitment to providing a safe, welcoming environment for all residents, students, employees, and visitors of any race, ethnicity, and national origin. Introduced, approved, and adopted this 21st day of July, 2020.
Thank you, Councilmember Chen. I'll take a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-78. Councilmember Goodrich.
So moved.
Councilmember Matucci.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich,
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths,
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani,
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci,
Yes.
Mayor Fury.
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. It's unfortunate that we even have to do a resolution to show the city and the world, as well as our Asian and Asian Pacific Islander friends and constituents, how much we adore the treatment that has been displayed. But hopefully this goes as a start to end that, maybe some mending of the pain that has been hoisted upon so many people for no reason at all. We're now moving on to the 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public want to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order Section 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes total to speak on two or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a very maximum of 3 minutes, then will be disconnected automatically. Please speak when prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on, or if you want to make a general comment. There is a delay in the broadcast. Do not try to follow what you may hear on the broadcast. Please turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device, and do not use Bluetooth or speakerphones. It distorts everything. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We would like to get in as many speakers as possible. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on topic, you will get a warning to stay on topic. If you do not then speak on the topic, or if you again go off the topic, you forfeit the remainder of your time, and we'll move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order Section 6.5 and Section 6.7, B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting. So please note that the council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. Now is the time for oral communication. This portion of the meeting is reserved for public comment on items on the agenda or on topics of interest to the general public. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Do we have any people at the call center?
Hi, Mayor. Yes, we do have several callers on the line. Are you ready for me to patch them in?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Gabby Fisher, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oh, hello. My name is Gabby Fisher, like she mentioned, and I am calling to support the Torrance Police Department.
Okay, your 1 minute starts now, please.
Thank you. Well, I am a Torrance resident. I also own a small business in the city of Torrance, and as a matter of fact, just a couple days ago, I had to call the police because there was a homeless person littering and trespassing. I called them. They were there 5 minutes right after I made the call. And, I know that a lot of people think that we don't need the police, but we do. And what's happening in New York is an example of what could happen if we defund the police. And if there's only one thing that we could all agree on is that we want a better quality of life. And we cannot have that if we don't feel safe. One of the things that makes the city of Torrance so great is the fact that we feel so safe. And if the police is out there, that's not going to be the case. And again, we need our police department, and I hope that the police department of the city of Torrance is not defunded. And I would love to hear comments about the council members and the mayor.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Ken Thompson, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yes, a general oral comment with respect to Torrance City Police.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I would like to ask a question of the city council. If we were to have an incident similar to that, which occurred in a suburb of St. Louis with the Bradfords defending their home in a gated community, would the Torrance prosecutor, would they be prosecuting a trespass of an agitated mob and the leaders of that mob, or would they go after the homeowner who was protecting their home and their property under the protection of the Second Amendment? I'd like to hear the city council actually make a statement on that. Also, go to church there in Torrance at Bread of Life Church, and we're dependent on.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Robert, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
John, the Torrance Police Department.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes, I support Torrance Police Department as a homeowner and a business owner in the city. I don't think we should be defunding them. If anything, we need them. We should use them. I suggest that maybe we get a new chief who can furthermore help our department and back our officers in their jobs and supporting them versus just sitting behind the seat and doing nothing. The city prosecutor, city attorney, he needs to prosecute some of these cases instead of letting these, hoodlums run wild in our city. It's a beautiful city, and we need to support our law-abiding citizens and also our police and firemen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Janet Payne, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Janet Payne, item 9B. I'll speak for 1 minute. I'm calling about the Assembly Bill 1120. Pardon me?
Your 1 minute starts now. Thank you.
Oh. Janet Payne on item 9B. I have a question or just a concern on Bill 1120, and I've read through it, and it has some more sections in it. Section 6585 2.1, and it has to do with historic districts. I find it extremely difficult, as I'm sure most people do, but I have concerns that we have a quasi-historic district. We've hired consultants to help us with that district, and we have formed a historic preservation commission that I understand is not able to meet because of the virus, and I don't know if you have looked into that provision provided under 6585.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Chris R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
$400,000 is what the chief of police makes in Torrance, and all she does is warm a seat. The council members that were just voted in recently were supposed to undo a lot of the unjust things that Mayor Fury and Comrade Goodrich have adopted, and all they seem to be doing is warming a seat. Ms. Kalani, I allowed you to put a sign in my yard, and I voted for you, and yet I have never heard from you since Election Day. Mayor Fury, sell that property that you were going to put the transient center on since you failed to build a parking lot in 3 years, or hold someone accountable for the actions of the misguided failures of that property. That's it.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor.
Please do.
Jerry Cohen, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment and police department.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, I find you all to be fine people. I know you all personally. So much is going on right now, but we've got to stay something. We've got to be strong, especially when it comes to police department. That's where you all know the pressure's on you guys. I love our police department. I think Torrance Police Department is one of the finest in the country. I put them up against it. I don't know what today's politics is in the police department, but when John New is in there and City of Torrance, the police department is just the finest. They've always kept us safe. I've been here all my life, and I love the police department and I love Torrance, the city, and everybody in it. And so, please just stay strong and protect us from bad decisions. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jerry.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Michelle R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm calling, like so many others, for so many weeks to demand justice for the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Week after week after week, you continue to ignore our calls for justice and turn a blind eye, comfortable in your complacency, as cities across America take action in confronting their racist institutions. Torrance is lagging when we should be leading. All we are asking is to hold killer cops accountable. How is that unreasonable? There is not one progressive mind on this council willing to disrupt business as usual and boldly call for change. You are all failing us. If ever a statue is arisen in your honor, though doubtful for your willful incompetence, trust it will be torn down for your complicity in senseless police murder and social injustice. You should all be ashamed of yourselves, because we certainly are. Prosecute killer cops Anthony Chavez and Sergeant Matthew Kincannon and establish a civilian oversight committee to investigate police misconduct.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Judy Brunetti, can you please state which agenda item you are calling on? Judy Brunetti, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Hello.
Hi, Judy. Which
Judy
agenda
Brunetti?
are you calling on?
Hello. Hello, I'm calling on item 9B.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Fury and Council. In politics, there's an adage that says, never let a crisis go to waste. Right now, during this time of pandemic and economic difficulty, that's what's happening in our state capitol as legislators head back to vote on upcoming bills starting Monday, including 9 housing bills. Supposedly, these 9 housing bills will solve California's housing shortage and homeless crisis, but that's not what's actually being done. These bills create loss of local control of zoning laws and ordinance. They also create laws to allow increased density in R1 zones. Businessmen and developers are happy about it. Residents are not, but there is no voter input. So we've talked with local representatives in our homeowners association. They think these bills are a foregone conclusion. So we're asking residents to please contact your local reps. You'll see their contact information on the screen during this program later tonight. And to the council, we're grateful.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Joan Davidson, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on 9B.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes, hi, Torrance Council members. Just to let you know, I live in Palos Verdes, which most of you know, but I'm immediately adjacent to the Torrance city border. I consider us all one large South Bay community. I'm asking that the city of Torrance not only oppose the Assembly and Senate bills that are creating high-density housing, but also join with the other South Bay leaders and city officials to get the League of Cities to officially oppose these bills. The Southern California Associations of Cities has already opposed them. Please demand local control and keep our local zoning for every local city. That's what we have in our general plan, and we deserve it. Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Amber, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. I'm calling to demand that you fire and prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and that you create a civilian oversight commission of the police department to review this case and police misconduct by the Torrance PD. Christopher's life mattered. He was murdered within 15 seconds of officers approaching him. Please do everything you can to bring him justice. I ask you and the other callers to truly listen to the voices of people who don't feel safe around police on what to do next, instead of those who are unaffected by their brutality. Thank you.
That caller has disconnected herself, Mayor, so I'll move on to the next caller. Amy Josephic, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yes, 9B and general comment.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes start now.
Mayor Fury and city officials were pleased to see your letters of opposition to bills that would forever change the communities of Torrance as well as the entire South Bay and the whole state. We hope this isn't too little too late. Last year's horrific SB 50 was barely defeated, but these piecemeal replacement bills will wreak even more damage upon our communities if passed. Legislature has used the pandemic to rush these bills through without sufficient analysis and certainly without voter input. Because of the truly life and death issues of COVID and the hugely important protests against racism and police brutality, news coverage has been non-existent for this under-the-radar work in Sacramento. No one said who'll supply money for infrastructure upgrades when we experience extreme immediate population increases. It was tough enough to imagine how this might work when ADU laws were recently passed. There hasn't even been time for us to see the effects those will have on established communities. How will additional water be provided when there's already a shortage in so many drought years? To say nothing of ancient exploding water mains that should be replaced now but aren't because there aren't funds just lying around. And what about new school funding or even parking, which is already in short supply on our narrow streets, but guaranteed to worsen with laws that reduce or eliminate even minimal requirements from housing? It would be really helpful for each and every one of you to reach out to your counterparts in other regions of the state. While Ben and Al continue to hear from many of us, lawmakers in other areas likely don't understand how utterly destructive these bills will be for our and even their communities. One size does not fit all, and these bills constructed by lawmakers in San Francisco are utterly wrong for the South Bay and inland regions east of us. Please join with other charter cities in aggressive action against this zoning. If a special election is what it takes, so be it, but I'll guess it's a lot simpler to make sure these bills, written under the false pretext that they'll solve affordable housing and homelessness, don't get approved in the first place. Also, I support a civilian review board. Thank you very much.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Pam Popovich, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
I'm calling on item 9B.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you very much. I urge your strong opposition to all of these bills. They pretend to offer solutions to the critical challenges of homelessness and affordable housing, but in fact, some of them actually weaken the affordable housing component. Now, while we doubt these are even good for the Bay Area, as represented by many of the bill's authors, they most certainly will be destructive and not beneficial for our South Bay. Do you think any developer will be willing to take a reduced profit by offering low-income housing in this most expensive of real estate markets? And if they start off doing so, you can be sure that those rental rates will be raised to market rate and above as soon as no one is watching. Please join with other charter cities to fight these bills that will only serve to weaken CEQA and local control. And please fight really, really hard. And thank you for your time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. I apologize. One moment, please, Mayor. I'm trying to unmute the next caller.
Hey, we got in there.
I got to hear the excellent. Beautiful. I was like listening to words and going, I recognize those words.
I apologize, Mayor. There's a glitch in the phone system. If you don't mind holding one moment, it's not letting me next callers.
Wait, hold on. Let me make this lower. Go ahead.
Anthony Lim, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Hi, I'm calling for the general comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes, I'd like to call to support the Torrance Police Department. For every call that call to speak against them, I think there are 1,000 people that would like to call in to support them. I'm a resident of Torrance, and the reason why people are not even maybe listening to the meetings during these calls is because of the foul language that the BLM people have been expressing, and it's very disrespectful for not only residents of Torrance but also to the council themselves. Another reason is why people complaining that the city councils are not doing anything is because there is a lawsuit that prevents anyone that are involved from making any comment or any action. So what you're doing is actually useless. So you might as well go home.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Andy Porkchop, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
I would like to talk to on the consent calendar items, and I would like to talk on the community matters, and I would like my free speech, about a minute on general.
Okay, your 3 minutes start now.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, Bofagis. I'm very happy you're buying books for the children, and make sure it's not more than third grade level so the mayor can read them. Because here we have the pandemic and the mayor reading books in the library, but nobody can attend, and you guys going to vote for over $1 million, more precisely I can see here, $1.2 million to buying books. But nobody can go and borrow out or rent out because the libraries are closed. Bokaji, the libraries going to be closed for a very long time. Okay, now I move on to item 9. Now you guys working so much, telling about the citizens of Torrance and the country. Now you want more dark nights because you are so busy. You apply for this thankless job, and you don't even want to show up. Shame on you. Shame on you. Why don't you just stay home every Tuesday and play with your wife? Now, let's go on 9F. Torrance Joint Powers Financing Authority. Congratulations, Mr. Jackson. Finally, you're getting rid of the Treasury Department. All powers going to be consolidated in the finance department, in the finance director. Who Torrance join powers with here? With yourself? You guys join powers against Torrance residents? You make me disgusted. I'm ashamed of you. I'm ashamed that I'm a Torrance resident, and I'm ashamed that you are our leader. Telling all the people like this is disgusting. Now, if I have more time for my free speech, let me ask for concealed carry weapon permits for every citizen in case the police department doesn't protect them. I asking for unscript the police radios so we know what they're doing, and there is a trouble in the city so we can close our doors and hide from the criminals. And also fire Miss Berg because she absolutely do nothing for our safety. Because when I called the police, they were like 1 hour and 20 minutes late. That's how good they served me. Of course, I'm Andy Porkchop. So congratulations, Leroy Jackson. You made it, man. You made it before you go up. You have the new consolidated power. Congratulations. Laughing my arms up. Great city, great leader. I just love to see your pictures you hiding behind here. You are not even decent.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time is up. I'll move on to the next caller. Kaylee, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment, please.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thanks. Hello. I'm just calling, like others, about bringing attention to Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and how it's been over 2 years since there's been no justice for him or his family. So it's not disrespectful for people to use foul language. What's disrespectful is that Anthony Chavez and Matthew Conconid thought that they could be the judge, jury, and executor within 15 minutes and murdering him. So that is disrespectful. So that is not okay. They need to be fired and prosecuted immediately, and there needs to be a civilian oversight commission of Torrance Police Department, which was, I think, recommended before Christopher DeAndre Mitchell even was killed. So you guys are 2 years late on that. So say his name. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. 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 Say his name. Christopher DeAndre.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Jaden, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
No.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Did you say general comment?
Yeah.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I would just like to start by saying that I am a supporter of the police, but I do think that there needs to be more transparency. I think about a year ago, or a couple months ago maybe, the Torrance Police Department encrypted their radios, and I think this is very hard for media to get around and stuff like that. I think that there should just be more transparency between the police department and the people. And I think you guys also the police department also needs to work on concealed carry permits, because I know there was like a big problem with that. And I would also like to voice my support for a civilian oversight committee or something of that, like a commission or something like that. I just don't think that it should be like regular civilians. I think they should be trained professionals on like boards and stuff like that, like kind of how like the Los Angeles Police Department has it. I really feel like the Torrance Police Department needs one. All right, thank you.
Mayor, that caller's time was up. I just wanted to do a brief sound check, please, Mayor. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, but I was trying to cut off speaker about 3 speakers ago because he was off topic about 3 times.
Mayor, there's significant feedback, I believe, on your headset, so I'm sorry, but it was difficult to hear you.
Okay, I'll move on.
Okay. I'll move on to the next caller. Miriam, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yes, item 6A.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, my name is Miriam. I'm calling on behalf of Media Action Network for Asian Americans. I support the anti-hate resolution. It is a start, but it's a declaration with no action items. We need a strong response by the City Council and the Torrance Police to hate crimes and assaults against the AAPI community, which is almost 40% of Torrance. The Torrance Police did not even do the minimum. They could have placed Lena Hernandez on a 5150 hold. It is within their power to place a 5150 hold if they deem the person a danger to others. Hernandez's racist attacks go beyond her First Amendment rights when she threatened harm to 4 Wilson Park victims, which included 2 small kids. We seek justice for the AAPI community and ask that you prosecute Hernandez for the 2 Wilson Park racist attacks. And we encourage the formation of a commission against hate crimes. Doing nothing or a slap on the wrist for the Hernandez assaults will do little to deter future perpetrators of hate. Stop AAPI.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Can I have a sound check, please?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Ken Johnston, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm a citizen of Torrance, and I work here, too. And I'm so ashamed that I live in a city where police can just kill a citizen and no repercussions. Our city council looks the other way at murder. Oh, we're worried about the obscenities when we call. I think murder's an obscenity. I watch these meetings all the time. People are calling in to demand action on Mr. Mitchell's case. Obviously, you want to ignore the situation, hide, you don't even show your face. And this situation is not going away. The good people will continue to seek justice. Obviously, you're in league with the Torrance Police over the citizens because you're cowards. Your silence on this subject makes it clear you don't intend to do any reforming of the Torrance PD because our lives mean nothing to you. Good day.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Michael M., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
6A.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I represent a coalition of Asian American social justice organizations and individuals from the AAPI community. We ask that charges be promptly filed against Lena Hernandez for 2 hate speeches and verbal assaults, which occurred at Wilson Park on June 10, 2020. How does the City of Torrance plan to proceed in creating an environment free from hatred, harassment, and assault from Mrs. Hernandez or any other person who decides to target Asian Americans when they are at the city parks? The U.S. Census Bureau, as affirmed by Mayor Fury at the June 12th press conference, said Asian Americans are 36.6% of the population of Torrance, nearly 40% when Pacific Islanders are included. Furthermore, an online petition on change.org has garnered over 21,000 signatures to have Lena Hernandez charged for her hate crimes. Charges.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Catherine Koopa, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
9A.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I am Katie Kapua, owner of South Bay 250 in downtown Torrance. I would like to request consideration to repeal the rule that prohibits team sports, games, and practices in Torrance Park. Rangers policing youth to prevent them from dancing, kicking a soccer ball, hitting a baseball, when these are the things that are helping their mental health the most at this time, is reprehensible. Precautions are necessary, but let's correctly identify risky behavior. Kids using a park is not risky behavior. Those under the age of 18 are more at risk for depression, suicide, anxiety, drug use, alcohol abuse, and other things, and they are the lowest health risk for COVID-19. Once we can repeal this ridiculous restriction, we would like to request that businesses like mine be offered the use of parks and that we would be able to obtain permits to do so. If working outdoors is the safest place for our athletes, that's where we would like to be. We would like to request that the city give as much support to businesses like ours that serve youth as our...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Melissa, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yes, oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Okay. Mayor, council, and staff, because I don't believe it's right for me to demand anything from you all, I am calling in tonight to ask nicely, even say pretty please, and urge your body to not support any defunding of the Torrance Police Department. With the outcome of the COVID virus, the city is being hit with budget cuts in many areas. And with the early release of thousands of criminals on our streets, we need more policing, not less. I am tired of criminals getting a slap on their wrist and then they were back out on the street doing the same crime or worse within 24 hours. We do not want any criminals in Torrance. The thugs that break the law, including stealing property such as cars, and then having any kind of weapon on them, real or made to look real, is not only putting our lives in danger, but the lives of the officers that have to deal with them and make split-second decisions. Note, I've had no race mentioned here. Criminals are criminals no matter what color they are. I don't want criminals of any kind in my community. I want to thank the Torrance.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Maria, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
California State Senate bills on housing.
Okay, your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, City Council members. The bills will change our zoning and allow high-density developments in our single-family neighborhoods and could devalue our real estate. We are a charter city, and we need to join with other charter cities to fight these bills. A few months ago, Mayor Fury mentioned the idea of Torrance joining with other charter cities to fight back. I'm just asking, please, that you fight for us and make sure that our beautiful city of Torrance stays as wonderful and beautiful as it is. Thank you so much for listening to me.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Bill S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
9B and orals.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes start now.
First of all, Mayor and Council, thank you for showing up. We know these are hard times, and you'd much rather be home safe, but you're here helping your people of Torrance. 9B, I realize you're against it, but I think you're going to have to do more than that because I think the state wants this regardless of what the cities want. So I believe you should really stand up to them, and if the state can ignore the federal laws, I think the cities can ignore the state laws. And now under orals, under no condition should the police be defunded. I agree with the previous caller. You know, if you don't commit the crime, the cops aren't going to arrest you. You know, we want police. We want Torrance to be safe. We pay high taxes for that. And our officers are doing a darn good job. Do some of them make mistakes? Yes. Did I ever make a mistake? Yes. Does everybody ever make a mistake? Yes. But as a group, they're doing a great job. And I think our city has to back them up. Our council has to back them up because we don't want our city to be a dump. And that's what it's going to be with all these criminals out there. It's going to be bad. So thank you, guys. You're doing a great job. No matter what you do, somebody's going to agree with you and somebody's going to disagree with you. Stick to your guns and do what you believe is best for the city of Torrance. And once again, thank you for doing this. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Elke, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
7, the oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. I was calling to say that we support you and we stand with you, Mayor, council members, police, and fire department. We understand the USA is under attack by a Marxist group. I urge everyone to please Wikipedia Melina Abdullah. Wikipedia Melina Abdullah. Under references, number 2, click on archive. Please read. Abdullah admits that her anti-police activism is part of a much larger strategy
of advancing a communist revolt. A communist revolt. Please read and share. Black Lives Matter is a German, Russian, racist, Marxist, communist group. It is not a Martin Luther King Jr. movement. Black Lives Matter Los Angeles recruits via Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter to participate in this meeting. Please, Torrance residents, share the article and continue to call in. There are over 140,000 residents in Torrance.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Trisha Blanco, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Item 9B and general comments.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Regarding item 9B, as the previous caller so beautifully stated, none of the 9 bills before Sacramento will meet the need, the desperate thing for housing for the homeless. Indeed, those of us who own property will be encouraged to place actually make the rich get richer because there is no requirement that the units we build be reasonably priced. I ask all Torrance residents to take personal responsibility to reach our Sacramento representatives and push to defeat all 9 bills. My general comment concerns an enlightening roundtable that was held by Assemblyman Murat Suchi and 4 Black South Bay leaders. I urge all Torrance City residents and officials who haven't seen that on YouTube to please view it, listen to the interchange, and understand how systemic racism does exist in Torrance, how it devalues the lives of Black people. I support something mentioned by former Councilman Milton Herring during that exchange, which is that there be a commission that deals with hate crimes, racism, and other instances of discrimination. Black lives do matter. Asian lives matter. I believe that demilitarizing the police, adding in social workers and other helpers that would be more equipped to handle nonviolent criminals would make a police force, a very good police force, even better. And finally, I want to just thank the City of Torrance for the wonderful programs you've offered during the pandemic that have directly affected my family and helped us to make the best we can of a bad situation. The Torrance Cares for Seniors, dropping the fines for street.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Jan T., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
It's item number 6A.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now, please.
Okay, thank you. Resolution 2020-78. I am calling to speak in support of and to thank and commend the Council for passing on this resolution. It's a positive step forward, sets a good tone for future restorative action. My name is Jan Tokumaru, a resident of Torrance, representing the Nikkei for Civil Rights and Redress organization. It's a Japanese-American civil rights group. We commend the Council on this, but we also offer some possible suggestions, including to respond to all hate acts with seriousness and respect for all parties involved. For example, Lina Hernandez, we think that she must be charged for her hate-filled speech at Wilson Park, and not just where there were police present.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Isabel Balboa, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
9B and 7, public comments.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes start now.
I sent an email to all the City Council members yesterday about the Christopher DeAndre Mitchell case. And while I understand that there is a lawsuit pending and you all can't comment directly on the case, I asked 2 other questions in this message. I asked, where do you stand on installing a civilian oversight committee for Torrance PD? And I also asked, what have you done to prevent Torrance police from killing civilians instead of arresting them and allowing the justice system to adjudicate appropriately? I have only heard back from Mr. Matucci, and I really appreciate his thoughtful response. I have yet to hear from the rest of you. Civilian oversight and preventing Torrance PD from murdering more citizens is unrelated to Mr. Mitchell's wrongful death suit. I'd like to know when I can expect a response from the rest of the City Council, especially Tim Goodrich. Tim, I canvassed for you. I also oppose the high-density housing bill, and again, I understand that there is a lawsuit pending, but that doesn't stop Torrance from going forward and reforming the police department so that the police doesn't kill people in their car. I don't want it to happen to me or anyone else. We can make reforms while that lawsuit plays out separately. There's nothing stopping you from moving forward. Also, Mayor Fury, it'd be nice if you thanked the people who are for police reform. You only thank those who are against it. It's showing the way you feel. I yield my time.
I'll move on.
Thank you for calling.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I'll move on to the next caller. Garrett, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
First of all, I grew up in Torrance. I have lived here all my life. I love it here. I've always felt safe here. I have no demands for the City Council, and I will use no profanity during this conference. Just letting you guys know that we love the PD. We think they do a great job in Torrance. We think the City Council is doing a great job. It's a difficult time that we live in now. There's many things going on. But with a level head, we can all get through this. And in conclusion, human lives matter, and the only race is the human race.
Mayor, that caller has disconnected himself, so I'll move on to the next caller. Dave Brent, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
A 9B.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Dear Mayor Fury and fellow council members, I'm a 46-year resident of Torrance. The City of Torrance, a charter city, should strongly oppose all Senate bills that potentially undermine or attempt to modify our municipal code. I believe the impact of these Senate bills will increase traffic on our already crowded streets, cause local parking issues, reduce citizen safety, increase community noise, create social problems, and so on. This could lead to a disintegration of many of our residential neighborhoods. I don't believe the Senate proposed blanket approach to solving our housing needs has been rigorously thought out by the Senate membership. The timing of inundating communities with a large number of bills simultaneously deserves critical attention. Most of us are intensely distracted by COVID-19, unemployment, social isolation, the upcoming election, and so on. I believe the Senate membership knows this and is playing our citizens for lackeys. The City of Torrance should join forces with other charter cities that also face similar dismaying futures due to the potential impact of this enormous number of...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time is up. I'll move on to the next caller. Isabel S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral Communications, Item 7.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I would like to demand that Torrance police officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon be fired for the unreasonable use of deadly force that killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell on December 9th, 2018, and that a civilian oversight committee be created. It's a disgrace to hear people calling in support of the police as a blatant attack against a movement that's supporting a son that has been killed in the city of Torrance and supporting a mother who was grieving in the city. Christopher was not a criminal. Christopher was just a boy resting in his car. When stopped by the officers, Christopher had his hands up. When asked what he was doing in his car, Christopher politely told the officers that he was just resting, and he apologized politely. And then a second later, he was shot. That is why we are here. What if it was your child that was caught at the wrong place at the wrong time? In this case, a mistake meant death of an innocent man, and we're calling for justice. The failure to remove or prosecute these officers.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Kent Kawai, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yes, general comments on 6A.
On item 6A?
Yes.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I can't believe that. Good evening. I address the council as president of the South Bay chapter of the Japanese American Citizens League to follow up on a letter dated July 7 regarding Lena Hernandez and in support of Resolution 2020-78. Racism is an emotional issue within the Asian and Asian Pacific Islander community.
I know why.
And I wanted to acknowledge the mayor as well as individual council members for addressing it. In the spirit of the resolution, the city should file additional charges against Mrs. Hernandez for racist comments and threats that will let the victims, which include 2 children under 11, know that Torrance strongly condemns racism. Resolution 2020-78 is an important step toward addressing racism in Torrance. We welcome what it represents, and in the spirit of the resolution, let us continue the conversation together to move Torrance forward and make it a better place for its people and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Dimitri, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor and staff. I'm a Torrance resident. I moved here in 2010. I am now a single father of 2 kids that attend Cali Mayor Middle School and South Torrance. I'm calling today in support of our Torrance police officers. As a 26-year fire captain, I've been around a long time. I've seen a lot of stuff. And I work side by side with some of these officers within the surrounding agencies. I was also over in New York during 9/11, and I can assure you there were no civilian oversight committees that were part of the rescue efforts for all of the law enforcement and fire personnel that perished on that fateful day. It blows me away how soon we forget who the good guys are.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Maggie Clark, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Hi, my name is Maggie, and I'm giving just general public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I think it's really telling to hear how many citizens are calling to beg Torrance law enforcement to take action around recent hate crimes against Asian Americans. But when it comes to a young black man sitting in his car doing nothing, Torrance PD immediately escalates the conflict to a deadly level. I think it says a lot about what Torrance PD's priorities are and, frankly, my fellow citizens. Everyone makes mistakes, obviously, but if we're any of us who accidentally murdered somebody sitting in their car, there would be consequences. We would be in jail. We are just asking for similar consequences for the officers who are charged with protecting our safety, who in fact end up murdering our citizens. A civilian oversight board goes back before the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and has nothing to do with this case, and pending lawsuits do not prevent City Council from speaking out on it. I'd be really curious to know where everybody...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Julia D., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Number 7, oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'm a lifetime Torrance resident. I was born in Torrance. I went to Torrance Public Schools. My family still lives in Torrance. I visit often. I'm calling on behalf of myself, my family, and many community members that can't call tonight. I'm calling to demand the justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell by firing Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. in creating a civilian oversight committee for the Torrance Police Department. And I have to say I'm disgusted by the racist fears of Torrance residents calling in. These people who feel, quote, safe and protected with police need to interrogate what exactly they're fearful of and why they feel safe with police. Meanwhile, black people don't. Their coded language about criminals being released into public is dehumanizing and perpetuates unchecked state violence. These Torrance residents are so fearful of people they don't know and they don't care to know. They lack empathy and they have no real understanding of how and why oppression functions.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Amaneris, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
The general.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. I've been a Torrance resident for 38 years. I attended elementary, middle, and high school here in Torrance. I'm calling regarding the police. Obviously, as a Torrance as a Torrance resident, I support the police, but at the same time, I think they definitely need new training, maybe new staff, or something going on, because I've been, like I said, a Torrance resident in North Torrance section bordering Gardena, and obviously, whenever I call police, they do not show up. If they show up, it's about 2 hours later when nothing's going on. Yesterday, as an example, there was people still doing fireworks. I took pictures, I called in, and it was pretty much disregarded. So I know that's nothing to do with, major things that are going on, in Torrance regarding...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. John Ramirez, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes, my name is John Ramirez, and this is to the staff of Torrance and Chief of Police. I want to know if I could get maybe an interview with you. I sent you in some papers where my daughter was molested. I know you heard me before. The two narcotics agents and the ex-superior judge of Torrance are the ones that stated that I molested my daughter, and I did not. I'm the one that turned them in because the relatives were involved in the house where my daughter was molested and didn't want nobody to know that they were part of the family of the people I just mentioned. And I'm still being threatened. The last time they came after me was 3 days ago, and I had to go to Carson because they were trying to keep looking for me. And they are known as criminals on your police reports of Torrance Police Department. So I'll be there tomorrow to drop off a few more letters of proof stating that I never did that. It did come from the office and from that man who's related to my daughter's mother.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Jean Adelsman, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
I'm calling on 9B.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. California needs more housing, but the current proposed legislation is not the way to proceed. As a pandemic consequence, companies are recognizing they may need less office space, and vacant office buildings could be repurposed for housing. And now, I'm sure there are other better solutions that exist, but these bills are not going to be the answer, and we hope that you will oppose them vociferously. Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor, and for awareness, we have about 2 minutes left in oral communications. Lori G., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Just a general comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I am just calling in to say that I believe that we, as a city, are a diverse community of people that came to Torrance for its safety, schools, and to live among people that care for each other. I support the Torrance Police Department and feel they need to hear and know that, in my opinion, they are a vital part of our continued success. Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Brian, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
I'm calling on item 9B and general comment.
Thank you. Your 2-minutes start now.
Dear Mayor Fury and Torrance City Council members, housing here in Torrance. The city currently faces a $22 billion budget deficit, and we drastically need to revitalize our local economy. The way to do that is to bring more residents into our communities. By inviting high-density housing development and lowering rent, we will increase business traffic in our stores and restaurants. Torrance's motto is a balanced city. Yet the rents and our home values in our city are inaccessible and out of balance. My sister and I can't find an affordable place to live in the city, and we're stuck living with our parents. I also stand in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter demonstrators at City Hall today. Across the country, millions of people are demonstrating in the streets and uniting around the call to defund the police. Already, LAPD and LAUSD and many more police agencies around the country are being defunded. This vision is a new way of public safety and community care, and it's in line with Torrance's motto of a balanced city. There is no public safety in Torrance as long as the killers of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell walk free. With Torrance facing a $22 million budget deficit, I ask that you take immediate action to fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and significantly reduce Torrance PD's allocation from the general fund. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that does conclude the 60 minutes that's dedicated to public comment, etc. We're moving on with our agenda. The next item on the agenda is our consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? I see Council Member Matucci. Sir?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to pull 8B and 8C.
8B is in Bravo and 8C is in Charlie.
Correct.
You got them. I'll take a motion to approve item 8A. Councilmember Matucci.
Move to approve item 8A.
Councilmember Griffith.
A second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich? Councilmember Goodrich?
I think he's having audio issues.
So, I'll move on and I'll come back. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Councilmember Goodrich, do you hear? I think he's having audio issues.
Okay. Mayor Fury?
Sorry, I accidentally disconnected. Where are we?
Taking a roll call for 8A on consent calendar.
Count me as an aye.
Thank you. Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 8B from Community Services to award purchase order for audio-visual materials, etc., for the Torrance Public Library. Councilmember Matucci.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. 8B and 8C, I don't know if you want to handle them together, but I would like for us to possibly table this and come back at a later date, possibly in a few months once the COVID-19 allows us to reopen the libraries. I understand, books and the audio materials are very important to the community, but being that the libraries are currently closed and we have very limited access. Also, once they do reopen, I anticipate that not many people are going to be going there initially. And also with the shortfalls in our budget, I think it would be wise to possibly come back with an RFP request that identifies the needs and weed out the wants. There's quite a bit of a big ticket item. I know it's spread out over a few years, but I would like to really just see us come back with this at a later date. And even if it is budgeted, I think every department has been asked to make some cuts. I would like for us to come back with something that fits the current situation.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, I have a question for staff. It appears that this appropriation is for not so much for books, but for services that can be availed via the internet, people logging in with their library ID number or card number and doing the streaming, the e-books and such. Is that right?
Good evening, Mayor. This is Yolande Welburn, City Librarian. Yes, you are correct, Councilman Goodrich. Both of these items actually cover physical materials, that's movies, DVDs, audiobooks, print materials as far as books, as well as e-materials, which are streaming movies, audiobooks, e-books. Those are all included within these two contract items. Okay. We are looking to purchase new materials. You're correct. Both of these items are not to exceed amounts, and we at the library are being very fiscally responsible. We do not intend to purchase like we normally would. The not to exceed amounts are in place to ensure that when the library does reopen, that we have sufficient budgets to cover the types of items that we need for school children, things like that. We're also making sure that we have the materials, a wide variety of materials in accordance with our 2020 plan of service, which calls for a wide variety of materials in a variety of formats and languages. And so I hear the concerns with regard to how much we're purchasing, and we are minimizing what we purchase because we are doing curbside. Last month we started with curbside, and we had about 3,000 people who came to our doors and actually are receiving materials. And many of those, we have no item limit on the number of items they can take out right now. So many of them take at least 10 to sometimes 40 or 50 items at a time. Many of those are families with children who take picture books and juvenile materials home while they are, the students are out of school. They are reading those materials, and so we believe it is very important that we continue to offer and provide a robust collection of materials for our public and our community.
Okay. You segued into my next question, which was confirming that the library is still open in some capacity, and I imagine that people have more time on their hands these days, being essentially shut in some cases. And would it be fair to say that the e-materials are being used at least the rate as previously, pre-COVID?
Actually, our e-materials have increased. The number of checkouts for our e-books has increased steadily, and that continues to climb. We are continuing to see that the public wants our services. We've had people inquiring about when we will reopen, even though they understand it may be in some limited capacity. The public is very appreciative of the curbside service that we're providing, and they are hoping that continues. And we have had requests from patrons for new materials. Right now, we have expended the purchase order. Our prior contract did expire, so we have no authorization to order any physical materials at this time to serve the public needs.
sounds like you guys are keeping busy, and thanks for adapting to keep open in at least some capacity for the benefit of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions or comments from Councilmember Ashcraft, followed by Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you. I just wanted to state that I spoke with Ms. Wilburn today, and we talked about these very same things. And the amount that we're looking at, as she just said, it's an amount up to. It doesn't mean they're going to spend all this and probably won't. But I was impressed that the e-book takeout or usage has really increased during this time. And I think it's very positive that what we're doing, that so many people are using our library facilities and that we have the curbside checkout. So I'm in support of both of these items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Specifically in regards to 8B, these are items that are, as been previously described as being e-services that you don't require a physical visit to the library for, and based on our librarian's comments, it sounds like the increase in demand for those has actually gone above and beyond where those services have been recently. So I'm in support of the 8B specifically, but I did have another question that hasn't been brought up, and it wasn't clear to me who are in this agenda item. Who was the previous vendor for our books and other similar services that had been purchased prior to this?
Yolanda Oben again. All of the services that we were previously receiving came from one vendor, Baker and Taylor. They provided us with print books. They provided us with e-books through their Access 360 program, and they provided us with DVDs and audiobook CDs, those types of materials. We did seek the pool of vendors RFP specifically because we thought that we could obtain better pricing and better opportunities for our patrons and a variety of services, and that is why you're seeing two different vendors, because Midwest Tape provides DVDs, movies, audiobooks, playaways, which are popular with our young families, as well as providing streaming music, movies, music CDs, those types of things. And so that's why we've got two different vendors in this 3-year cycle.
But the previous vendor for both categories was the same vendor, which is not one of the selected vendors in this go-round. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. So, yeah, in case of item 8B, I'd be in support of that for the electronic services that are growing. In the case of 8C, though, while we're just talking about both since they're related and the same staff involved, I am curious to know, obviously I know we're open for curbside usage, and I think it is so important because our kids are out of school that they have access to library services, and even curbside is a plus. I just am curious, is there any way to give us quantify how much down we are as far as checking out of physical media, books and so forth that would normally happen under non-COVID circumstances? So comparing the curbside to normal situation, how much are we down in volume?
I would say we are definitely down quite a bit. Our ebook content is making up for some of that. We are continuing to see a steady increase in our print and physical material circulation now that we just opened. Remember, we did not reopen for curbside until June. And so this month, more and more people are becoming familiar with it and understanding that we're open for checkout, getting the word out to people. Each day we have people who walk by our branches, and they're thrilled that we're open and they can check out. So I anticipate that our numbers, especially once school starts, are going to increase heavily. Right now, I would say we are probably down about 3/4 of what we normally would be with our print materials. However, we are making up for probably about another 25% with our ebook checkouts. And so overall, I would say probably down about at least 50%. from where we were.
Great. No, I appreciate you sharing that information. It's important information. But it really doesn't change my opinion. I think it's important that we have these products available for our residents. And I'm going to trust that staff who does the ordering will order appropriately based on the demand, so that you're not ordering 10 copies of something that we're only going to send out one copy, and that we're ordering appropriately for the demand. And then as the demand picks up, you would be justified in ordering, increasing volumes in your not to exceed budget that, if this were approved, would give you. So I'm in support of both items at this time, and maybe we could get the general staff and others in the city to help better publicize our curbside service, so that kids who need other things to do very badly are aware that they can come out and get current and up-to-date materials at our libraries. So thank you very much for all your support and responses.
Thank you. And one of the great things about a full service city like the city of Torrance is we have our own library system. We're not reliant on someone else to provide that. And during this horrible pandemic, education and entertainment is probably two of the most important things to derive intelligence, as well as, I think, sanity to some respect. I've heard from my colleagues. I think since this is a consent calendar items, I will take them collectively. If we could have a motion to approve 8B and 8C, I'll certainly accept that motion. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes, I move to approve consent items 8B and 8C.
Councilmember Matucci?
Your Honor, I would like to do a replacement motion, or whatever it's called. I can't think right now, but I really do think, with the conversations we've been having over the last month about the budget, I really do think that we need to at least cut that in half. I understand the need for books. I understand the necessity for our community, but it's not like the Torrance libraries are overflowing with people. It's not that the Torrance libraries are running out of books.
Is there a motion?
Anytime. I'm sorry?
Are you making a motion?
No, I would like to explain my position on this, if I may.
I thought you already explained your position earlier. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. My replacement motion, or whatever it's called, is that we take these items and cut them in half to be fair. Not to exceed item on 8B would be $150,000, which is half of $300,000, and on item 8C, cut it down to $450,000. That's in lieu of every department having to chip in, like the general manager, our city manager had put in the plan. That everybody needed to pitch in. I think there's a great opportunity to do that. That's my motion, or replacement motion.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, for a question for the city manager, Mr. Jackson, was the library division part of the cuts that were across the board, where each division or each department had to do a certain percentage? Was the library already a part of that?
Correct, it is. Actually, it's community services had to commit and reduce operations, but each of the divisions participated in that reduction.
So they've already been budgeted for their cuts?
They've achieved that. They've shown us the reductions that were necessary. Those are being implemented as we speak.
Okay, thank you.
This is Yolande Wilburn, City Librarian. Just a side note, yes, we did participate in the budget cuts, and there were 11.0 FTE that the library gave up as part of that budget cut.
Councilmember Chen, you're up first. Councilmember Griffith, the follow-up.
Thank you, Mayor. Based on the understanding assumption that should we go with Councilman Tucci's recommended revised motion,
that at some time in the future, that as our financial situation becomes more clear after COVID-19, that the library team can come back to us and based on their need, they could order more. I am favoring seconding the motion of Councilman Matucci because to me it's prudent.
Are you seconding?
So yes, I am.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll take a vote.
Okay, this is a vote on the substitute motion. Councilmember Ashcraft?
That's correct.
No.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
No.
Councilmember Griffiths?
No.
Councilmember Kalani?
No.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
No.
Your Honor, that motion failed with Councilmembers Ashcraft, Goodrich, Griffiths, Kalani, and yourself voting no.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith?
Yeah, I'd like to remake my original motion in support of the staff's request and concur with their recommendations on both 8B and 8C.
Councilwoman Ashcraft.
I second that motion.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Nope.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
No.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmembers Chen and Matucci voting no.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 9, administrative matters. Item 9A is from the City Manager's Office to provide us a COVID-19 recovery update and discuss and consider options for responding to orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me one sec. Per council request, the staff is returning to your honorable body to provide you with an update on the COVID-19 recovery effort. It allows City Council to discuss and consider taking whatever action deemed appropriate for responding to the orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19. This week, Los Angeles County has experienced a significant increase in daily reported cases of COVID-19, with the highest one-day total ever on Thursday, July 16th, with 4,592 cases. In addition, LA County reported the highest single-day number of hospitalizations on Sunday, July 19th, with 2,216 people currently hospitalized. The Los Angeles County Department of Health has issued several revised orders for reopening safer at work and in the community for control of COVID-19. Due to the significant increase in daily reported cases, current closures include indoor in-person dining, indoor museum, indoor children's museum, and indoor operations of zoos and aquariums, card rooms, and satellite wagering facilities. As Los Angeles County continues to be included in the state's monitoring list for more than 3 consecutive days, the governor has ordered the following to shut down unless their operations can be modified to operate outside or by pickup. Malls, fitness centers, offices for non-essential sectors, worship centers, personal care services such as barbershops, nail, hair, salons, body waxing, and tattoo parlors, public protests. City staff continues to work with our businesses to assist them with adjusting to the constantly changing operating conditions. For example, last week, the State Board of Cosmetology indicated that various personnel care services could only operate within a licensed establishment. The agency has revised this directive, and community development planning staff is now processing personal care outdoor services requests through the parking lot event permit process, similar to restaurants' outdoor dining requests. The Office of Economic Development will also cover the filing fees for interested service providers through the Business Assistance Fund provided by the Mayor and Council. The city will continue to outreach Torrance businesses and share the latest guidelines posted on the city's business resource website at cityoftorrance.ca.com/reopening. Restaurants interested in pursuing extended outdoor dining are encouraged to contact our Office of Economic Development. Questions can be directed to the Office of Economic Development via email at economicdevelopment@torrance.ca.gov or via telephone at 310-618-5807. At the City Council's request, staff developed a citywide campaign to combat hate in light of recent racial-provoked incidences. The Torrance Cares campaign for the community is titled Dare to Care. The campaign consists of a challenge, public service announcements, and opportunities to publicly show how much Torrance cares. The challenge is for residents as well as the business community and to embrace differences, diversity, and inclusion, as well as good neighbor enthusiasm. The campaign will officially launch on Thursday, the 23rd, and through our Torrance newsletter, and will provide details on how to participate. On July 14th, City Council requested suspension once again of the street sweeping permit and parking enforcement due to the increased cases of COVID-19 and the need for individuals to remain safer at home. City manager declared local emergency, approved the request of the Public Works Director and Police Chief on July 15th, and suspended both street sweeping and residential permit enforcement until the current safer at home orders are modified by the governor and the LA County Department of Public Health. Tonight's companion item includes a formal request for the council to approve the suspension. In addition, the city manager approved resuming meetings of the Strategic Planning Committee in a virtual format manner and has authorized the opening of our splash pad at Wilson Park per county guidelines. The City of Torrance continues to monitor all federal, state, county guidelines. The public is reminded to wear a face mask, covering at all times when the public and when entering into private businesses. Social distancing protocols are across the board. The Fire Chief and EOC Director are available to answer any questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I see some questions. The first hand I saw was Councilmember Griffiths, followed by Councilmember Matucci, followed by Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. First one, obviously, I'm very happy to see the rollback on the enforcement of the street sweeping program that I would hope we'd not do 2 weeks ago, but very happy about that. But I do have a question on that, and I want to make sure it's clear for the whole city and all the residents, is that it's only the enforcement that's being recommended to be stopped and not the actual street sweeping. Street sweeping will continue nonetheless. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilman, yes, we continue the street sweeping. We'd encourage people to still abide with what's shown on the signs, but there is no enforcement.
Yeah, no, I totally agree that, if people can continue to move their cars at the posted times to help get the best possible street sweeping result, that would be great, but understanding if they can't because the streets are more crowded than normal, that they won't have to park blocks and blocks away from their home to avoid a ticket that they won't get. So thank you for that. And the second item I had is part of the COVID-19 impact that has hit the city is the loss of our Torrance Rose float as part of the Rose Parade that's been canceled by the Tournament of Roses organization. And so I know we had budgeted $125,000 for that float for the upcoming parade. Is that correct, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, it is.
I was wondering if, with the concurrence of my colleagues, that maybe we redirect some or all of that, maybe bring it back as a future topic for discussion amongst the council to reallocate those funds to further the business assistance fund that I know has been tapped pretty heavily, and our businesses are suffering tremendously, and we would like to do everything we can to help keep our businesses going. And in lieu of the Rose Float, maybe we could have a discussion on that if my colleagues would agree. You can't tell if we have concurrence, yes or no? See,
I had a question.
3, 4, 5. Go ahead. Question?
There's a question by Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, thank you. For staff, I just, before I gave concurrence on that, I just wanted to see if there were any other ideas for appropriations of that money already preconceived by staff.
Speaking for the city finance director, and he may wish to enter into it, a reminder is that we're phasing in the reductions in the budget. While I encourage use of the funds for these purposes, you may wish to defer it until you see how the funding resources go into effect over the next several months. We're still pretty tight on where we stand with the budget. All things need to fall into place to have a balanced budget going into the next year. $150 is very much appreciated and could be reallocated if it appears that we're rising to this effort. A reminder that part of the assumption was a quick recovery of our revenue sources. And if we have further closures or a longer time for bringing up some of our stores and operations, the revenue forecasts that were given by your finance director may fall short from even what we had thought was a pretty tight element in the budget presentation.
Your recommendation is basically to not piecemeal it, but come back in a couple of months and do a broader review and reallocation at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. The Councilmember Griffiths,
I kind of agree with that as well.
Opposed.
I did see
opposed to your.
I did see a majority of concurrence.
I'm not necessarily opposed to what you're saying. I think that would be a good use of it, but I'd rather take a step back and take a larger picture of this instead of just budgeting by shooting from the hip.
Well, certainly not shooting from the hip because it goes to a very, very good cause. And our businesses, I think, are in many, many cases very dire need. And maybe what would be better is we could get a update on our current business assistance funding and find out, are we running low on funds in that regard? And again, as I said in my previous comment, not necessarily to put all the Rose Float funds towards this, but to some portion as relevant to helping our businesses and the amount of business assistant funding that we have available. So I'd be happy to delay the discussion on this, but I would like to see it brought forward for future discussion at an agenda, say, in 30 to 45 days.
Councilwoman Ashcraft, you have a question?
Yeah, when I gave concurrence, when I said to give concurrence, it was to discuss this, and I think that Mr. Griffiths is open to that. All the options that we're talking about right now, I think, in depth to see how our business funds are going, and 30 to 60 days would give us more opportunity to see how things are going with the budget also. Thanks.
Actually, I think we're coming back to talk about the end of September 30 to go into the last quarter, so I think we'll have a full budget hearing prior to that. Am I correct, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, you are, Your Honor.
Yeah, and maybe that's the time to adjust it because then we'll have the money, we'll have all the issues before us rather than piecemealing it out to one thing right now, which is very important, but there may be something else that is equally important or perhaps even more important at that time. So I believe it's best to let it sit right there where it is right now. We'll address it when we come back on our budget hearings.
We can give you
if
an
I could just ask then. Thank you. Just if I could ask at the time of the budget return that we could get an update on the current status of the business assistance fund.
And we should be able to get that to you even now. So we'll keep you apprised on how we're doing.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
We don't want to run out of money there either. Yeah. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember, I believe I already had that, didn't I? Where did I put it at? Griffith. Matucci, you're next. And then Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. This is part of the reason why I think the general public just hates politicians in general. We just got done spending $1.2 million on books, and we're here arguing over $125,000 that should be allocated to help local businesses. And I think that's where, and we went from we can afford it to we can't afford it anymore. Watch out, tighten the belt. It's like this is why I think people get upset. And also, if the splash pad was privately owned and a private individual charged $1 to go on it, I can bet you it would be closed right now. See, this is what's going on. The county and the state has successfully destroyed private sector businesses. I know three salons, not to mention any other businesses, 3 salons that have permanently closed in Torrance. Okay, so we're a lot of times we just have these discussions, and it just boils my blood. And I appreciate it. We're here. It's long hours, but this is why the public is upset at us, and they're rightfully so. They should be upset at us, okay? Because what we're doing is disgraceful. We did a great job in Old Torrance for the restaurants, but what are we doing for their other businesses? We're not doing anything. There's I think a call or a text or whatever it was from a dance studio that might actually be shutting down if we don't give them options. So, as a city, I know we're advocating and we're doing this, we're doing that, but these are private sector businesses that can no longer hang on. And what are we going to do about it? So, I agree 100% with Mr. Griffith. I think any money that's left over or not being allocated for anything should go to helping out these businesses. I think $125,000, it should be a no-brainer by all of us to just redirect it into helping these small businesses. I read here on this item that the governor is shutting everything down that cannot be conducted outside. Let's give every business the opportunity to go outside. Hair salons, you want to put a station outside. We put tables outside. We can go to a splash pad. That means we can also dance outside. We can cut hair outside. We can do a lot of things outside. I mean, let's give out these permits to help people stay in business, even if it's only 20% or 30% of the business that they had, but it might be just enough to get by these few months. So I urge you guys to let's put our heads together and really try to help out these small businesses that are struggling and in some cases have already shut down. And that's truly sad. Some of these businesses that I personally know have been in business for 15 years and they're done because of not just COVID-19, but the way the government's handling it. And unfortunately, we're part of that system as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I seem to remember a conversation that we had a number of months ago where the majority of this council did not want to fund a business program where we were putting $500,000 there to help businesses out. But I guess times change, things change. Councilwoman Ashcraft, you had a question or a comment?
I think a comment, because I spoke with Mr. Santana today just about this very thing about how are things being permitted since the governor said salons can operate outside. And Mr. Santana said that community development is working with salons and barbershops, and we do have a permitting situation set up. So I think those businesses need to contact community development and work through a process that they do have.
Yes, we are ready. We've reached out to the Chamber of Commerce and other activities. Danny Santana may be able to elaborate a little bit on what our efforts are involved.
Thank you, Leroy. Danny Santana, Community Development Director. Your Honor, members of the City Council,
this is a unique circumstance. As the city manager indicated in his opening statement, there has been revising guidance that has been provided by the state. After the governor's announcement at the beginning of last week, the State Board of Cosmetology indicated that these types of establishments could only operate inside a licensed establishment. Unfortunately, at that point, we had to provide guidance to businesses that did make contact with us because of the confusing guidance from the state, but unfortunately at that point they could not apply. Since that time frame, Monday afternoon, yesterday, we received revised guidance from the state. Now they are allowing it, and staff is making contact with any businesses that have contacted us. We have since initiated processing 2 applications. We are leveraging the same process that we have used for outdoor dining, and as the city manager indicated, the Office of Economic Development is covering the filing fee. Right now, our average processing time for these types of permits is within 3 to 5 business days, and we are doing everything humanly possible to be able to get that down even further and provide some form of relief to these businesses. We are cognizant of the issues and the circumstances they are facing, and staff will do everything we can in working with the departments of fire, police, and the various units within community development to make sure that we would complete our review as quickly as possible. In instances where we cannot approve as requested, rather than deny the request, we approve them with conditions to allow them to be able to set something up quickly and be able to move outdoors. We've done that with restaurants. We'll do the same with these types of personal care services as well. We're available for any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. for always being able to move with the distances. The state changes the things, and the county changes things, and you're always on there. So that's the best thing. Councilwoman Ashcroft, I believe you had your hand up. Oh, Councilwoman Kalani, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the staff that is really thinking outside the box to get us open as much as we can. I do have a question. A wonderful gym in Old Torrance who provides value-based activities, especially to young people, team-building activities. Is there anything we can do as long as they social distance? I know, we allow exercise activities in our park. Is there any way to afford them some time where they can socially distance and still provide, emotional and physical support, especially to young people?
Councilman Kalani, this is Patrick Sullivan, the city attorney. We're restricted by what the county health has put out. Currently, they're restricting sports to sport camps. So it is a possibility that a gym or a dance place could put on a sports camp as long as they complied with all the guidance of the county for that. That means, socially distanced, no sharing of equipment. It's very difficult. Even they just put out to us the other day that baseball camp can't share baseballs or bats, which makes baseball camp very difficult. Dance might be easier if they're not sharing equipment. They still would need to get a field permit from the city and have indemnification agreement with the city, and as well as participant COVID waivers is what we're requiring for everyone currently that is using city facilities.
And this is Danny. Something I have to add to that. I apologize, Councilwoman, but to speak to your question, the Community Services Director, John Jones, is working with a number of businesses with Fran Fulton, our Office of Economic Development, to inquire with the County Health Department to see what accommodations can be made to ensure that these are fitting within the guidelines that our city attorney just referenced, and then working to see if they could establish the appropriate license agreement to utilize the public facility.
Thank you. So who should they reach out to?
John Jones.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mayor, you're muted.
Still muted.
Testing. Austin?
You're on.
Yes. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. Earlier this week, yesterday or earlier today, I received an email that I forwarded on to staff to address, and it was by, I believe, the same person that Councilwoman Kalani had mentioned downtown. And, the issue is that you have to explain that the restaurants are different than what they do, and so they have to go by the guidelines of the County of Los Angeles Public Health and the State of California. It's not the City of Torrance, and that's the most important thing. And I tried to explain that, but Little League Baseball is the same thing. We have fields and we have players, and as Mr. Sullivan pointed out, it's not allowed in the State of California, nor the County of Los Angeles. So, without their blessing, we can't even approve it. So I'm going to try and get my earbuds to work again. Councilmember Goodrich.
Question for staff. This item, when it came up a week ago, we talked about the street sweeping, and I had suggested we benchmark it to one of the governor's reopening phases or some other measure. In case you don't see a trend here in regards to this and my comments about the budget, just trying to streamline our processes here and avoid a bunch of just kind of fly-by-wire decisions, for lack of a better term, and really try to just streamline and make our processes efficient and have them be consistent through a process like this. What's the status of that?
The order that we've done is related to the governor's guidelines and will stand until the governor has authorized the county to move forward.
And this is Danny Santana. If I could add to Mr. Jackson's comments, Councilman. We've learned a lot through this process. One of the standard conditions that we've started to incorporate on recent approvals for outdoor dining and similar requests is a condition that reads the following: that this permit to allow temporary outdoor seating shall expire 7 days following the date restaurants are allowed to operate at full capacity by the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health and the city. So rather than limit these approvals to be to the indicated time frame that their request was supposed to set, for example, Lazy Dog restaurants asked for the ability to go from July 2nd to September 1st. Staff is envisioning that it's possible that the pandemic situation would extend beyond September 1st rather than requiring them to come back and request an extension. That's one of the innovations that we've incorporated into the process, to add a condition along these lines to avoid them having to apply for further review. Okay. And staff is willing to review any. I'm sorry, sir.
That's great, Danny. I appreciate it, and also I commend you and your department for the 3 to 5 day turnaround on those permits. It may sound like a long time, but for government speed, that's actually lightning speed. So congratulations on achieving that benchmark. What my question was actually in regards to was the street sweeping, just to avoid a bunch of willy-nilly decisions when we have it, when we don't. If we could benchmark it, that was my original idea last week, and I was wondering what the status of that was, if we were able to do that.
Councilman, it is benchmarked. It's tied to the governor's decisions and the county's decision to allow for more moving into the next phase.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Chen, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll try to respond, give recommendations to Councilman Goodrich's question, and I'll ask my question. My suggestion would be for staff to look at is would the governor and the LA County allows the, I think the last step was the non-essential workers was that order in the eat-in restaurants. My suggestion for the staff to look at is when those two orders are reversed, then people are going to work more, people are going out more. That might be something to consider in response to Councilman Goodrich's questions. I'm just saying, just think about that. That's my suggestion. And Mayor, my question was, I wasn't sure when was to ask the question about the splash pad, because the staff already knows with the Little League and the 360 cheers in Torrance, I was already suggesting that they look at developing outdoor sports camp. I just didn't know how the splash pad opening met the my understanding of the county and state orders, because once kids are on the splash pad, I don't know how a parent is going to keep the kids from social distancing. It just seems like I don't know if we discussed it on this item or 9E as an echo. I just need some explanation how we were able to do that, but we can't do a lot of the other outdoor activities.
Perhaps Mr. Jones can explain.
Yes, I can do that. Thank you, Your Honor. John Jones, Community Services Director. Councilman, the County of Los Angeles Public Health Department has allowed the splash pad to reopen along the protocols provided for the opening of swimming pools. We have held back on the splash pad reopening up until this last week in order to make sure we had all the procedures in place to assure that the safe protocols are being followed. There's a great deal of procedures in terms of water testing, in terms of delineation of the area, so the public is going to be spaced appropriately in the queue line. We're only allowing 10, based on the size of our splash pad, we can only allow 10 youth or participants in on the splash pad at any one given time. We have a park ambassador that is shepherding the entire time frame of the splash pad from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. to ensure that the kids are enjoying the water feature yet social distancing. And we've had to close off all the seating arrangements in and around the splash pad to ensure that we're not people sitting closely together. So we've followed to the T every single protocol identified within these particular splash pad protocols by LA County Health. And I'm proud to say staff are doing a great job in order to allow this to be available to our community and enjoy this nice opportunity in this hot weather.
I guess, thank you, Mr. Jones. I guess my question was really, once the kids are in the splash pad, how do you regulate the kids from not moving out of their water zone, I guess, their private water zone? Because these are little kids, I'm assuming, and that was really what I was trying to figure out. I know little kids like that, they go all over the place.
Well, that's a fair question, Councilman, and I know that we've equipped our park ambassador with a whistle, very much like a lifeguard, and that individual does their best to try to ensure the kids stay apart as best as possible.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation. So maybe there is a path forward for some of these other businesses who want to operate outdoor sports camps. They could do something similar.
It would be nice if the whistle was the easy way to do it.
Yeah, we will look at all those. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
This is Adam Chaparian, Mayor and Council. Similar to this case, we have open communication with LA County. This weekend, we received an inquiry from Del Amo Fashion Center inquiring if they could establish an outdoor marketplace. And what we did is followed up with LA County Department of Health, and what they would request is we submit a plan that shows the layout and explains all the different protocols and maintaining the safe social distancing. Similarly, we'll be doing the same thing with our parks and seeking ways where we can, under the county's guidance and direction, as Mr. Sullivan mentioned, be able to provide a safe environment while having the oversight to ensure social distancing. So we, as Torrance, have established a very open relationship with LA County, and on a case-by-case basis, we'll be able to reach out and find guidance that can assist our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaparian. I think our relationship with the Public Health Department, Dr. Ferrer, is very close now. She recognizes us, answers our phone calls when we call, and we appreciate that relationship. And thank you for staff for, coming up with a plan for a splash pad was amazing. But then the mall comes up and said they want to have an outdoor. And again, I guess we went back to what we did with the farmers market, and there's nothing's impossible if you put some good minds to it and know what the ground rules are. And I think we did that. Is there any more questions or comments from council? If not, I'll take a motion to accept and file the COVID-19 recovery update. Councilmember Goodrich.
Councilmember Goodrich accepts motion to accept and file.
Councilwoman Ashcraft?
I second that motion.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft? Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9B as in Bravo, from the City Manager and Community Development to consider proposed state housing legislation. From staff.
Good evening, mayors, members of the council. This is Linda Cessna with the Community Development Department, and we have a current state of housing legislation. Next slide, please. Thank you. The history begins back in 2016 when we had the initial housing package. And since that time, there have been a number of bills addressing housing production. The initial package addressed streamlining, local accountability, and funding. And all of this was aimed at doing something about the lack of affordable housing in the state. And the state solution was to tell cities and jurisdictions what they needed to do and how they needed to do it, regardless of zoning codes or anything else that may be in place for these jurisdictions. Next slide, please. There's a great deal of draft legislation out there. The current bills, as have the bills in previous years, focus on many aspects of housing and production. They add additional density bonuses. They also add concessions that developers can get for certain things they do. They expand ministerial actions, which means that they extend by right development. They restrict parking requirements, and they also have several that address homelessness plans. Next slide, please. When the city addresses this legislation, there's three main areas that we look at. One is the loss of local control. The other is fiscal impacts, and then the impact of public safety. Clearly, the issues that we would be dealing with most would be the local control and fiscal impacts, as most of these have unfunded mandates. Next slide, please. Again, this session, there's been 70 housing and zoning-related bills under consideration. Most of the housing bills impact local control. They usurp zoning. They make things come through by right or make ministerial actions of things that used to require review. They have no review allowances for a lot of things that normally we would put through a review process. They have CEQA exemptions that allow things to move forward that normally would have to be assessed for environmental quality. And they're shortening of time frames, too, so that if the city is unable to meet specific time frames, things can be considered to be approved without any further action because the city has been unable to push them through quickly enough. There's fiscal impacts through unfunded mandates for virtually all of these pieces of legislation. And another thing that's a problem for us in a city is that these yearly changes to existing legislation require us to change our local legislation and our policies and procedures. As an example, the ADUs have changed virtually every single year since they first came into existence. And each time those things change, we have to make changes to how we operate as staff. We oftentimes have to make changes to our municipal code to reflect those changes. Housing advocates and developers have staff that are able to dedicate themselves to tracking this legislation and to watching local implementation and, slapping us on the hands if they don't think we're doing it right. We don't have that kind of ability. We don't have the staff to study these things as closely and as clearly as many other people do. And the constant change makes it very difficult for us to keep up with this. We also receive information from SCAG, the League of California Cities, our COG, and many times these different organizations have differing opinions on what is appropriate and what is not. So we have to wade through all of this information and then look at what is really appropriate for us in our city. Next slide, please. These next two slides are really just to give you a feel for some of the bulk of things that we've had to look through. There's currently 40 inactive session bills, and these are all listed on here. The next slide, please. And these are all dead bills, but that all had to be looked at some point. Next slide, please. Oh, more dead, yeah, inactive bills, sorry. Okay, the format for the list of bills, we've got bills that, 11 that have existing letters of opposition. There was a question asked about why those were not included in the resolution. If the council wishes to, those can certainly be added to the draft resolution. There's an additional 19 bills that have no current impact, and those are listed in your item. They're related to things such as tax credits, grants, or voluntary programs, and we need to keep an eye on them, but currently some things are incentivized, or they aren't things that require us to do things at this point. They may change in the future, but they don't right now. There was a question asked about AB 3040 in the supplemental, and it allows RENA credits if we take certain actions, such as allowing a 4-unit by right in a R1 area, but it does not require us to take that action. It is an incentive for people who choose to do that, jurisdictions. And from our point of view, that's probably a better approach by the state to incentivize actions and let the jurisdictions decide which actions are most appropriate for them. So for the list of the bills that we're going to go through right now, they'll say the bill and the author, there'll be a brief summary and the impact, and virtually all of the impacts will include loss of local control and unfunded mandates. Next slide, please. The AB 831, Grayson, it's development application modifications. This streamlines the ministerial approval process so that developers are allowed to request a modification to an application prior to permit issuance, and we have to move forward with that. We have to not take extra time to look at any new issues that may arise with that. It also requires that if we want to ask for public improvements, our ability to do so is limited under this bill. And again, local control and fiscal impacts from this kind of bill. Next slide. AB 953 is another accessory dwelling unit, and this one says that they're automatically approved after 60 days if we are unable to complete our review process, and it requires ministerial approval or approval by right of both an ADU and a junior ADU on a single property. So they no longer can just do one or the other. They would be allowed to do both an ADU and a junior ADU on a single R1 property. And again, local control, fiscal impacts for us. Next slide, please. AB 1279 is high resource areas, and the state is going to do a study that will designate high opportunity areas. We will be able to contest that study or appeal the jurisdictions that they say are supposed to be high opportunity areas. Residential units will be allowed by right if certain requirements are met, including affordability, within these high opportunity areas. So if the state finds that we have certain areas that they believe should be high opportunity areas, our zoning code would then no longer be in effect, essentially, for residential development. And again, clear loss of local control and fiscal impacts through unfunded mandates. Next slide, please. AB 2323 is a California CEQA Act exemptions, and this one is allowing exemptions for very low vehicle travel areas. And what is that, you may ask? This is all tied in with travel and transit and projects in community plan areas. For transit-rich areas, will no longer have to have CEQA review for these kinds of housing projects in these areas. And again, local control and fiscal impacts for us. Next slide, please. AB 2405, a right to decent, safe, and affordable housing. This bill establishes, it used to be a family and children right, now it is an individual right to safe, decent, and affordable housing. And there is a housing first model that the state has put together, and it requires states, jurisdictions rather, to consider policy implementation of the housing first model by January 2026 to ensure that this individual right is met. And again, local control and fiscal impacts here. Next slide, please. Oh, there we are. Parking and zoning, bicycle and car share parking credits. This is another of many that is looking at reduction of required parking. In this bill, if you include long-term bike or car share parking, then you no longer have to do, you get parking credit for that. You don't have to have the full parking that you would normally be required to provide. And this is allowed to have no impact on any available density bonuses or incentives. So you get less parking and you still get all the density bonuses or incentives that you would normally get. So it's kind of like an extra added attraction for you as a developer. And again, local control and fiscal impacts. Next slide, please. 3269 homelessness plan. This one was kind of stood out to me. There's a statewide homelessness needs gaps analysis that they will be doing to establish benchmark goals. And then they will require each city to submit a plan to meet those goals established in the homelessness plan. And the jurisdictions will be required to file subsequent annual reports. And this legislation contains penalties for not meeting those goals. And it appeared that some of those penalties may be monetary, some of them may be requiring you to do additional things within your jurisdiction to meet those goals. And again, local control and fiscal impacts. Next slide, please. AB 288, exemptions from the Environmental Quality Act. And this one is exemptions for bus rapid transit, HOV lanes, and transit facilities and offices. This is intended to increase employment by expanding not only transportation opportunities, but the ability to construct these kinds of transit facilities and lanes and such. So again, local control and fiscal impacts. Next slide, please. SB 899, planning and zoning housing development. This one allows housing as a use by right on properties owned by religious institutions or independent institutions of higher learning. It also lowers parking standards and exempts these housing developments from CEQA review. So essentially, a church property could get rid of half of its parking and develop housing, and they would not have to put in additional parking, and they would not have to go through any review process because it would be allowed by right. Again, the impact would be local and fiscal. Next slide, please. So in the packet, we have presented a draft resolution, and again, the list of bills included in that can be expanded if you wish to include the ones that have already had opposition letters sent. We feel that more than a letter, this takes the action of the whole council, so it thereby carries more weight. The resolution expresses the city's opposition to bills based on usurped local control and the unfunded mandates. It also expresses our opposition to the current legislative practice that allows the legislature to ask for these kinds of bills that take over local zoning. and it supports actions that would limit the state ability to control local activities, such as a potential ballot measure. Next slide, please. The next slides are contact members for our state legislatures, our Assembly District 66, and these will all be online, so if anyone wishes to take further action. And that's the other thing, the reason that this is here is that not only the city can send these letters, the city can do a resolution, but each individual, each HOA, the more that the state legislature hears from people, the more notice they're going to take. So we have Assembly District 66. Next slide, please. State Senate District 26, Senator Ben Allen, and we have their website and their email address, as well as an address for regular mail and their phone number. And next slide, please. Senate District 35, Senator Bradford, again, regular mail, email, website, and phone. Next slide. And that concludes our presentation, and we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cessna. And before we get to questioning or more questions or statements by council, I'll just put your hands down for a minute because I'm going to orate on this one. I was involved in housing issues in the city of Torrance in the early 2000s. And there was a lot of high-density housing throughout our city that was getting approved, and it was against the wishes of the people who lived nearby. But we were fighting it one area of the city at a time. We put together what they called a coalition. We all got together, we met as one and voted as one and went to the council meetings and let them know that we were not pleased with certain buildings that were going up. And we were successful in defeating a number of high-density housing that was being put in what we believe was inappropriate locations. But we had local control then. The council could have voted yes or no, and sometimes they voted against us. I remember there's a big project on Jefferson, right off of Crenshaw, across from Wilson Park, that I don't know a homeowners association that was in favor of that project. That was a commercial area, actually industrial area, where there were a lot of jobs, and we saw the loss of jobs as a problem. But eventually those houses fell. There's also one across from the courthouse. It used to be the Magnavox property. Again, the homeowners association got together and opposed that. We were successful one time, and then they did a curveball and came back and got that approved. So, this is not something new, but what's new is the state of California is taking the ability to control that from our hands, so that, and we hear from our people, we analyze all these bills, and not just these bills. We look at every bill that comes down. This is just the ones who are addressing housing, but there's so many other ones. Well, we look at all of those bills, and when we don't like something, we oppose it, and we let them know that we don't like it. And the League of California Cities has been very helpful to us in doing the same thing, getting us together collectively. But, we've been hit with this just as you are, and I'm saying the citizens out there. And we are fighting it harder than you are, and I know you might not believe it, but we do this as a regular basis, fighting against things that we think are inappropriate. We were trying to actually get, and when I say we, these are mayors throughout the state of California, trying to get a constitutional amendment to put local control in our Constitution, so that our powers could not be usurped. Unfortunately, it would take a ballot measure to do that, and the only way to do a ballot measure, if the legislature is not going to put it on there, is by signatures, a referendum. And we would have to get a referendum throughout the state of California to do that. Very expensive to do that. And while everybody says all these cities are getting together, the cities are not going to be putting up money to pay for people to go out and get signatures, or even go out and get signatures themselves. So what we have to do is to let Sacramento know what our feelings are. And we have done that, and we're doing it again tonight by resolution. But I highly encourage everybody who's listening to this broadcast or this meeting, if you don't like what's happening in Sacramento,
let those people know about it. Copy us in, but let those people know about it. We're all on the same team with you. We are not the enemy. We agree with you wholeheartedly on these issues. So, do your work. We're doing our work, but yelling at us doesn't get the job done. That's for sure. Now, I'll take the hands. Councilmember Griffith, then Councilmember Matucci.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is a really, really important issue, and it's really unfortunate that it comes at a time when the whole state and the whole country and the whole world are dealing with a major pandemic that's very distracting, and it really does feel like it's allowing our state legislators to pull a fast one on us by putting this through the legislative approval process while people aren't really paying attention. And so I really strongly object to what the state's doing on these bills. I know that the city, and I'm appreciative to the city for their statements of opposition on all these bills. Very appreciative of staff for their position on these bills and their presentation tonight on all the different bills, and the fact that our city staff also feels that this overreach by many of these proposed legislation bills really are impacting cities like Torrance in a very, very negative way. And I have a lot of things to say on this, so everybody just can relax. I want to orate a little bit myself on this. Back in January, when we approved the most recent round of ADU changes, the whole council was opposed to it, and we all voiced that opposition. And one of the things I requested at that time, maybe I didn't request it strongly enough, was that we need to make our voice more loudly heard. And it's clear to me from even a very recent, just within the last 2 weeks, legislative town hall with our state legislators on the phone telling us they don't hear anybody complaining about these bills. And they feel that since nobody's complaining, that gives them carte blanche to approve these bills. And they're wrong on so many fronts. And maybe they're not listening to the cities. Maybe they're not looking at our opposition letters. Maybe they're not listening to their constituents. I even heard our Senator Allen, say he was listening to his colleagues for guidance on making his decision. And isn't he supposed to be listening to us, the residents that he represents? And I'm really appalled by our legislators who think that they can do this to us. And I think we need to take even stronger action. I think this resolution that staff put together is a phenomenal start that the city, I will be first to raise my hand in support of this resolution, but I also think it needs to be modified by including all the bills, including the ones that we've already written opposition letters for. But I'd also like to see us take this on the road, and someone has to take leadership on this, and the state's leadership is taking us down the wrong path. And we need someone to take us up the right path and return us, not just charter cities. Certainly charter cities have some additional rights than other non-charter cities, but charter cities are supposedly have rights to their own land use by our state constitution. Yet the state has usurped those rules by saying that we can do that because we're going to declare a housing emergency. Well, who defines what that emergency is, and how did they vote for that emergency, and how do they know that these bills are going to solve that emergency? As everyone has said, most of these bills aren't going to do anything to impact the housing crisis, the affordable housing issues, and homelessness. These are the things that they're using at the state legislator level to justify these horrible bills, but they're not going to do what they say. And so what we need to do, and I would hope that my colleagues will support me on this, is that if we can get staff or a volunteer group to reach out to as many cities in California as we can to get them, each city, to introduce and approve a resolution like ours, to get statements from every elected official in every city in the state that's willing to do so, to make a stand against these overreach of local control. And I know we might not be able to do all this in time to beat some of the votes on this stuff, but we need to show that there's a groundswell of opposition to this. And this is something I requested that we tried to do back in January. It never happened. I don't know how we can move forward with making certain that something happens to really, we can beat this if we all work together. But if we all individually, or even just the city by itself, we're not, it's clear to me that we're not going to make a dent in having legislators hear us. And it was clear to me from the comments from our state legislators that outside of maybe Southern California, the cities are even less involved and concerned, and maybe because they're so distracted with so many other issues on their plates. But I really do think that we need to go out, reach out to other cities. I've reached out to many cities here in the South Bay, at least a half a dozen, who have all told me they will stand behind us. They will even go to bat and approve money from their cities' budgets to help fight these things legally, if that's what it takes. And I think what we need to do is to put together some sort of coalition, whether it's the effort is made by staff or whether the effort's made by a volunteer group of people that are willing to spend the time and energy necessary to reach out to all the elected officials to get them to sign up for this resolution, to get their statement that they will want to fight along with us against this proposed type of legislation that takes away our loss of control and the funding mandates that it doesn't provide for the funding that's necessary for us to accommodate these rules. And I hope my colleagues will voice their opinion that they would agree with that we need to do something more. And whether it's what I suggest or something else, we need to do something more. And I would love to hear more from my colleagues, because I know many of the people in the public I've spoken to, not just elected officials locally, but residents as well, realize that we need to take leadership as a city. One of the things that I want to make sure that I state is that I'm more in favor of the state suggesting that we do these things in an incentivized way, as I think staff mentioned in their report, but not mandate. If we incentivize those cities that want to do these kind of things, they can do them in an incentivized manner. And then if we choose not to do it and take advantage of that incentive, that's our choice, and that's the way it should be, but not mandated. And so I'd like to see Torrance step up. I think we have some staff that might be available that maybe the COVID-19 has taken away their normal job, and maybe we can dedicate some staff to going out and making some simple letters of requests of support from the various cities, see what kind of support we get, and ask a simple question. Is your city willing to donate $25,000 to the legal fight? And see what kind of response we get. And if it works out great and we get a great response, maybe the legislator will start paying attention. And if they don't, then we've tried. But if we don't try, I don't think we're going to make much dent in this. And it's clear to me that we're not making a dent, and our legislators made that very clear to me and all the others that were listening, that they feel like we don't care. And I've finished orating, and I would love to hear from my colleagues how they feel about any of the comments I've made. Thank you.
Well, before we go to Councilmember Matucci, I will. We are the policymakers. It's not staff as the policymaker. I encourage you personally, and I encourage everybody on the council personally, to reach out to your colleagues in the other cities and ask them if they're in support. You'll see it today in the supplemental material. We got a letter from Mayor Brand from Redondo Beach. He's been adamantly and working on that for several years, as many of us have. So, it's not that it's not being done out there, Councilman, but one person or one city doesn't do it. And if you have connections in cities, as I said before when we were talking about the COVID-19, contact the county, contact the state. We have the absolute right, and each and every one sitting on the dais has an absolute right to call another elected official or to call our state elected officials on the carpet. If they say something, you can call them up or you can write to them yourself that you heard them say this and that's totally wrong. So, we can't push the blame and we can't tell staff to do it. We have to do it. That's the way we did it in the early 2000s when we were doing it in Torrance against the elected officials here, or getting them to work on our side. And that's what we have to do in this instance.
But we can't push it off the staff or everything. They do their job. They're working every day, and basically they're coming up with some good work product, and it makes us look good. Councilmember Matucci, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilman Griffith. It's almost like we copied each other's notes on this one. I really do think the resolution it's a great step. It should include all legislative items that we've already discussed. We talk about the charter cities, and every time I mention, that we need a coalition of charter cities, I always get the same. Seems like I get the same answer that the League of California Cities is just that. But I've been to two of their presentations, two of their conventions, and I really don't think the League of California Cities is actually part of the solution. I think they're actually part of the problem. What they advocate for is exactly what we're fighting. And so I would not put too much trust into organizations like SCAG, the COG, the League of Cities. They're all fighting for, it seems like, the same things that we're fighting against. And I mean, there's obviously proof of that. I mean, you can just go to one of those presentations, and that's all they talk about is the need for this, the need for that, and at what cost. I mentioned this before. What makes Torrance beautiful is its residential neighborhoods, not the big apartment buildings that have been plopped back in the 60s and 70s that are now creating problems with traffic and parking and congestion. I agree with Councilman Griffith on this. We do need to form a coalition. That coalition is definitely not the League of California Cities. In my opinion, they're useless, and we're wasting our money and time even being affiliated with them. And I mean that cold-heartedly. I say cold, not whole, cold, because, they're useless. As far as legal action, I really do think that we do need to get our city attorney and that department to form a group, a team, to investigate and research options of legal action against the state. We can't do it alone. We're already in fiscal issues, but I really do think this is really, really important. I think we need to invest the time to at least gather the information needed to put together a coalition. We have over 120 charter cities in California, and I can bet you at least half of them would love to join forces in this fight. I think a lot of them had lost faith in a lot of these organizations that just charge us membership fees and $500 to go listen to some bozo talk about stuff that means nothing to Torrance. And again, there's great information that comes out of these organizations, but they're not fighting for us. They're definitely not fighting for us and what Torrance wants. Torrance needs to decide what Torrance wants. We need to fight for that local control. It's unfortunate to say that fight may have to end up in the courtroom in order to get a permanent solution to this constant battles that we have to fight year after year, decade after decade. As the mayor mentioned, they did this back in the early 2000s. They did that. The city, I'm sure, has been fighting the state forever. But once and for all, we need to take a huge group of charter cities, join forces, sue the state, and get a court ruling that protects local control of zoning. I'm not saying that we have to be our own little country, but when it comes to each city, we know what our infrastructure can hold. And now, can you imagine adding those 5,000, 7,000, whatever the arena numbers are, and I appreciate Councilman Goodrich has, really good grasp on those numbers, and he's fought to lower those numbers, so I do appreciate him doing that. But we shouldn't even have to deal with RENA. We shouldn't even have to deal with anybody telling us how many houses we need to build, because, quite honestly, there's not much vacant land in Torrance. And if lately it's been kind of slow because of the COVID and people staying home. But look at traffic. Traffic is a mess in Torrance. And I don't care how we realign the lights. There's just too many cars coming through Torrance. We're a drive-through city. And yes, we want more businesses, but those businesses also bring a lot of people. We want more housing because we need more housing, supposedly, and that also brings more people and traffic and congestion. And I just think that decision as to what and how we build needs to stay here in Torrance. So I urge us tonight to approve this resolution, to adopt it, include all the legislative items, that even the ones that aren't on there, to include each and every one, show our support, also individually and as a whole, go after the state, go after the legislators, Wiener and all these other individuals. Let's pull up and see how many developers gave them money, because really at the end, who benefits from this? Developers and politicians, because sure as heck, it's not going to be us that are going to benefit from this. It's not going to bring down the price of housing, because really what makes the housing, the prices go up is desirability. I've been in real estate for almost 20 years, and I can tell you that people buy neighborhoods. They don't buy the actual physical home. And it's not necessarily a supply and demand, because there's always going to be a demand for housing. So we add 5,000 homes in Torrance. It's going to make it more congested, but as long as we have a strong police and fire and good schools, there's still going to be a desirability, and those prices are not going to come down, guaranteed. I'll put my name on that. But anyways, that's where I'm at. Resolution, yes, include all items, and instruct our city attorney to put together a team to investigate and research, putting together a coalition of chartered cities, and go after the state once and for all. Let's get this fight on the road. No more pieces of paper pushed around. Thank you.
Thank you. We already have two members of that committee. Who else wants to speak to this? Any other? Councilman Member Kalani.
Councilmember Goodrich had his hand up first.
That's okay. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Go ahead.
That's okay. I just, we're in the middle of a pandemic, but this is a pandemic-like situation that we all need to be willing to fight for. And I believe also we need to stand together to oppose every one of these Senate housing bills that are being considered in Sacramento, especially knowing how it's going to take away our local control. It's important that we protect our city, its history, its beautiful historic district. I mean, we all know in 1912 that Mr. Torrance developed our community to be just what it is, this beautiful, primarily single-family residence community. It's what makes it so special. I wish there's some way that, how can we block this? And maybe this is a question for Mr. Sullivan, is can we do a stay order? Can we do something to block it, to give us time to get organized? And I would like to say, is staff there to help us make a plan so that we're not each calling the same people? I'm willing to fight for this, but we need to utilize our time wisely and be as efficient as we can. So I just wanted to build that upon what you, Mayor, have said, and what Councilman Griffith and Matucci have said as well. Come together as a team, fight as hard as we can, but maybe be organized in the way we do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Goodrich, you've been patient.
Thank you, Mayor. There's not a whole lot that hasn't been said, so I won't belabor the issue, because I think we all pretty much concur here and are on the same page. But I heard some interesting comments here. Councilmember Griffith is talking about the need to band together and fight this because we're more powerful together than alone. And then Councilmember Matucci talking about the League of Cities and how they're not doing anything and fighting against us. And I just wanted to offer a different perspective, because that's been my experience with League of California Cities, although it's been limited. What I have seen is that they are that organization that brings all the cities together and allows them to work collectively towards solutions that benefit local governments and push back against the state overreach. And I think part of it, we need to reflect upon ourselves here. We can't just attend a conference one day per year and expect to have them reflect 100% of what we want. I mean, it operates as a democracy. It's a collection of many different cities and many different interests. But like I said, my experience has been, by and large, they are fighting for the things that local governments want and need from the state. That's their purpose. And I've received many emails from them pushing back against state overreach. So I know they are working on our behalf, and I think, again, going back to Councilmember Griffiths, talking about the need to band together, I think maybe we need to look instead of just writing off an organization without ever giving it a wholehearted effort to try and work through them and writing them off, maybe we need to be more involved. That's just my 2 cents on the issue.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing no one else? Oh, Councilwoman Ashcroft. Sorry.
Thank you. I won't belabor it, but because I agree with everything. I don't think suing the state right now is the right thing to do. I think talking to all of our colleagues in other cities is definitely the way to go. Banding together with cities is a good idea. I definitely heard when I talked especially to Senator Allen that he said, well, it's one thing to hear from a council, but I'm not hearing from a lot of individual residents. And so every resident that I can talk to, I have encouraged them to call because they're the voters. We're the council. We're whatever we are, but individual voters make a difference. So I think we need to encourage everybody we talk to in our neighborhoods, and the HOAs are very important at this point, to encourage everybody that they know to call individually makes a big difference. And I think banding together as cities makes a difference. That's all I have.
Thank you. Totally agree. Litigation should always be your last effort when you cannot come up with a reasonable solution. And California League of Cities, what you said was totally wrong. I've worked with the California League of Cities for the 12 years I've been on the council, and they've been very helpful and very big in advocacy. When there's a housing bill coming up that we have taken a negative position on, they remind membership to make telephone calls to your elected officials in Sacramento. It's not a useless thing. You have to engage these organizations, not just sit on your chair and listen to what they're saying. You have to engage yourself and be actively involved in the organization before you can say negative things about things. So I'll take a motion. I think we were doing a motion and we were actually adding things into the resolution, if I heard correctly. Somebody wants to make that motion? Councilmember Griffith?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to make that resolution to approve a resolution that, as written by the staff, but with the modification that it include all the bills that the city has already written letters of opposition for. But before I finish my motion, I would like to say if council is not willing to support my request for getting staff or volunteers to help reach out to the state, there's no way I can do that by myself. That's ridiculous. And so we need people to help make this effort happen if it's going to happen. And so I will volunteer to chair a volunteer organization to reach out to as many city elected officials as we can. And anybody who's interested in joining me, please reach out to me at my email address, mgriffiths@torranceca.com. I want to know who's willing and has time that can help me reach out to as many people as the cities as possible, to get letters of concurrence from our elected officials around the state, to get cities to approve a resolution similar to ours, and to determine if any cities are willing to ante up any money to potentially help in a potential legal fight against the state. And I will have that up. We don't need a motion to approve that. I just want to make the public aware that I'm willing to head that up. I can't do it all by myself, so I need the volunteers to step up and offer to help. And any council member who's willing to be a part of that volunteer group, I'll be happy to have you included in that. But I'll make the straight motion to approve the resolution with the modification of the additional items, and I look forward to the public supporting my volunteer organization. And that's my motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
On your motion, you mentioned not doing it alone. How about city attorney being involved in the process and possibly some staff to be able to do some research on these items? I think it's important that we do this as a city, not just a couple of council members. I'll gladly join that committee if we want to put together a little subcommittee, whatever it takes. But I think we need to do this as a whole with the involvement of the city staff, especially the city attorney's office, that can give us legal guidance.
Well, I think the city attorney is going to have to give you legal guidance because there are certain parameters you have as an elected official in any meeting or any organization. So I certainly expect that the city attorney will have a conversation with you concerning these ideas, and maybe we can come up with something that fits within the legal framework that we are limited in. Okay?
Would you, Mr. Griffith, would you be willing to include that in your motion, that we give a task to staff to give us some guidelines to put together a committee?
I'm happy to try that. I don't know what the feelings of the rest of my colleagues are exactly to do that. Obviously, it's really important that we get this resolution approved. I'm sure it will happen no matter what. But as the mayor just said, I think that if I was to be involved in an effort to, as a council member, in an effort to try to move forward some issues, I would imagine that the city attorney would provide advice to me as a city council member. Maybe we can have the city attorney speak up on that right now before we request a second.
This is Patrick Sullivan, city attorney. Yes, obviously, if the council has questions or concerns about forming a committee or a group of some sort, I'd be happy to help them with advice regarding compliance with the Brown Act or what limitations they have on them. Additionally, I would be happy to work with the council as a whole or a committee of it or whatever the council decides to come up with regarding whether the issues with the various bills that were pointed out earlier by the Community Development Department and any other assistance that the council or the committee would need.
My only concern is Councilman Matucci. I'm sorry, Mayor. My only concern is that I don't want this to be just a little, couple members getting together trying to push for something. This, I think, should be something that the council as a whole or partially approve to allocate some funds, not necessarily funds, but staff time to be able to do some research. And I don't want to get in the situation where we're trying to ask the city attorney's office for favors to look for something that may cost us some labor time, whatever you want to call it, and have to come back. I also want to make sure that the public knows who's in favor of moving forward with actually taking action, possible action against the city, and who's not. I think the public wants to know. I'm definitely in favor of putting together a committee that is backed by our city attorney and staff as a whole, as a city. We need to spearhead this, and it may not go anywhere in the sense that it may not even end up in litigation, because once you get a bunch of cities together to have a common goal, some of these loose foot politicians may back down with these trying to squeeze this legislation through. So that's why I really do think it should be important that we include this into the motion, that staff will be available. I know they are available, but me personally, I would like to see it included in the motion and see who's for this and who's not.
I will amend my motion then to adopt that resolution that the city provided with the modification of the addition of the already opposed bills to that resolution, and with the request of staff to assist with efforts primarily carried out by a separate committee, but to assist that with advice as needed to help the effort. That would be my motion.
And Councilmember Chen had a question, I believe. Did you have your hand up, Mr. Chen?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I agree with all the discussion. This might be more technical. I thought we have some type of legislative committee already set up. Does the one we already have, can that serve this purpose? Maybe I got a little confused when we used the word set up a committee. I just want to make sure I understand where we're going. Because staff already
absolutely correct. No, absolutely correct. We have a federal legislative advocacy committee. We have a state legislative advocacy committee as well. They have a fully staffed, and they can certainly address that. All we can do is call for a meeting, and we can go from there. There's no reason to add.
And my concern with those,
we can create a blue ribbon panel. But again, it's going to be Brown Act. I really think you have to talk to our city staff, meaning the city manager's office, as well as community development and the city attorney's office, to come up with the best way. Coming up with it on the fly, it's just not going to work. I can appoint 3 of you tonight to a special advocacy committee for, state housing elements, and is that going to help any? I don't know so. But we have to start brand new with a brand new organization. And again, it's Brown Act, whatever we do. Going around asking other cities to chip in money. It's okay if there's litigation and you're doing it under attorney-client, but you just can't go out saying, okay, Redondo Beach, ante up, $1 per resident. We're all going to put this together. Everybody wants to be the lead attorney or the lead city. There's lots of issues that have to go through, and that's why there are organizations like the Council of Government. That's why there's organizations like SCAG. That's why there's organizations like the League of California Cities, Independent Cities Association, and there's a couple of other ones that are around as well. So, but I don't know there is a specific organization that's called the Charter City Association, which may be something that's needed to have an organization of everybody who's like-minded cities or cities, because when we were talking about the constitutional amendment, one of the biggest problems is you cannot put in a constitutional amendment that a general law city is protected by that, because the general law city is already protected by the Constitution as it's laid out, and you can't give it an additional protection because that's up to a charter city. But ironically, the state takes away our local control, and it's not just the charter cities, the general law cities together. The state has the power to be able to do that for us. But I think we move along with this resolution, and we set a meeting of the State Legislative Advocacy Committee and give direction to staff where we want to go. I think that's the most prudent way to do it. We already have one, as Councilmember Chen pointed out.
My motion stands.
Do we have a second? Councilmember.
I need to have clarification on his motion. It still stands that the group that you want to get together, Mr. Griffiths, will also take staff time. Is that what you're asking? Because then I'm not clear how much staff time.
I just want I want the right to be able. I'm asking for the right to be able to ask staff questions on legality of how to approach a reach-out campaign to cities, to see if they would agree to a similar resolution as ours, to see if they would support their opposition to the local control issue that is facing all of us. I'm not asking for any legislation to be done. I just want to do a reach-out campaign to see who's behind supporting this effort. And where that goes from there, I don't know yet. And by waiting for a formal committee to take action, it'll take forever. And so, like I said earlier, I'm prepared to head up that volunteer effort. anybody up, I'll take up to 2 council members and any other volunteers from the public and the city who are willing to help. I don't think it's going to require a huge amount of people to just be able to do some letter writing and phone calling to state officials throughout the state to see the simple question if they would support a resolution like what we've done, and if so, we'll give them the template. They can modify it any way they want, and their legal department can approve the resolution. And I'm going to do this regardless, and I'm going to make sure I don't violate the Brown Act. I just want to know that I can go to our city attorney and say, hey, can I put out a letter as a city council member and say, we are trying to determine who's interested in opposing this legislation, and with no direct consequence, but it's more of a poll. And if we see that there's overwhelming support from city elected officials all across the state of California, I'm going to take that just like an organization might say, here's a petition from all the residents in North Torrance that are opposed to such and such. And they hand that petition to the state and say, here's 400 state officials who oppose what you're doing. If you want to pay attention to that, great. If you don't, that's your choice. And so I'm not asking for the council to approve my effort to do that. I'm just asking for them to get this resolution approved and to allow staff to help me in that effort with a minimal amount of advice. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, I second that.
Councilmember Goodrich has a question.
Yes, I'm just going to interject in the hopes that I make this a little bit easier. Councilmember Griffiths, I don't know that needs to be part of a motion in regards to the advice. Any one of us, and please correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney, but any one of us can consult with the City Attorney at any time for advice issues like that.
Then you won't have any problem voting for supporting my motion.
I support your motion. I just don't know that it needs to be that specific thing needs to be included.
Then it's not hurting anything. No, my motion stands. I have a second. Let's go ahead with the vote.
I'm sorry. Who was? Was it Ashcraft was the second, right? Yeah. Councilmember Matucci has a question.
Actually, this is special. I think Matucci seconded it before Ashcraft did.
Okay, I'm sorry. Matucci second. Ashcraft took away your second.
Ready for the roll call vote?
I think we are.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Yes.
Councilmember Chen.
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani.
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yes.
Mayor Fury.
Yes. May we have a number and title?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-79, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, expressing opposition to proposed housing legislation that erodes local control and expressing support for actions to further strengthen local democracy, authority, and control as amended.
Councilmember Griffith.
Move to adopt resolution number 2020-79.
With those additions to it.
With the amendments, yep.
Yeah. And the second was Councilmember Matucci.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Yes.
Councilmember Chen.
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani.
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yes.
Mayor Fury.
Aye.
That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 9C as in Charlie, from Community Development to authorize allocation and appropriation of Community Development Block Grant, Coronavirus Aid Relief, and Economic Security CARES funds. Expenditure is $444,081. From Community Development?
Linda Cessna with the Community Development Department. We are recommending that the City Council authorize the allocation and appropriation of these new care funds in the amount of $344,081, and that we use them for a rental assistance program and for a business assistance program. The CARES funds have given us $444,081 based on the basic CDBG formula that shows each jurisdiction a specific grant based on their population and some other arcane things that they use to figure out who gets what. At this point in time, we are looking at $344,081 for a rental assistance program that would allow 3 months or $3,000 per family. We can use 20% for administrative costs, and we're going to be looking for someone to assist us in administration, probably a lottery in order to choose which families will qualify for this. Then notification of selected tenants and owners and payment to owners. We did talk with the LA CDC about having them run the program for us, but had we done so, we would lose the ability to target strictly our own residents, and we felt that if we were going to do something like this, we really wanted to be able to limit it to Torrance residents. So for that reason, we decided that we wanted to move forward with bringing in administration for this program and keeping it strictly a Torrance program. We're also looking at $100,000 for small business loans or grants to assist in reopening. The one issue for this is that because it is CDBG funding, it must target low and moderate income. And this may be difficult for some of the businesses. They'll have to provide information that shows that they qualify for this funding. We don't have any census tracts within the city that qualify for the low moderate CDBG funding. So we have to look at this in terms of individual qualifications or the business as a qualifier. So we'll be looking at how we can make that work, and if we are able to use these funds for that, then we will do so. If it turns out that because of the restrictions on the CDB funding and the relative affluence of our community that we can't really make it work, then we will move that additional $100,000 into the rental assistance program and use it all for rental assistance to assist people throughout our community that are having difficulty paying the rent. There may be additional funds coming through. There's been some talk about expanding this program, but at this point, we're looking at the $444,000. And if we get additional funding, then we'll bring that back to you, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cessna. We have a couple questions. I see Councilmember Griffith, followed by Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple questions for staff. On the list, which is on the last page of the item, there are many cities that are not listed on that list, and I was curious to know why would that be? For instance, Pasadena, Burbank, so on and so forth. Many cities are not on that list.
This is the cities that participate in the CDBG program with the LA CDC. A lot of cities do this on their own. When we got into CDBG, we went through the LA CDC. So this is strictly entitlement cities that are also affiliated with the LA CDC.
Great. And then the other question I had is, I know the Federal CARES Act is providing money to states, and it's my understanding that the state is developing allocations to cities for CARES dollars. Is this a separate program from that, or is this part of that?
This is the CDBG component of that, and so, I mean, it's all under the CARES umbrella, but there will be different regulations in terms of what the state allocates to various cities. So, yeah, it's the same but different, if that makes sense.
Well, because I want to make sure that, because I understand that we would like to get our share of that CARES money from the federal government to help reimburse us for many of the expenses that we have, as a city, has undertaken in regards to just the whole COVID-19 pandemic issue, where we have staff reassigned. We've purchased a lot of different things to support the pandemic efforts. And so I know that the city has been keeping track of all that in an effort for hoping that we would be reimbursed for that. So I wanted to make sure that this money is not that money. And
this money is
if anyone else,
this is absolutely not that money.
Okay, so there's still some hopeful funding coming from the federal through this via the state to help reimburse us for those expenses that has not yet happened, and that this is not related to that.
This is not related to that, correct?
Thank you for the clarification.
Other than the funding comes from the federal government. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. As a matter of fact, I think Councilman Griffith probably asked some of the questions I was getting at when I saw this. I connected with the earlier discussion about if we could loosen up some of the road slope money to help our local business. And I thought this $100K, some of our local business going out of business, so they may fit in the category of low income. But I'll leave it up to staff to help see if there's any way we can help them to use this fund to help some of these local businesses who are on the fringe of going out of business. The other one was, since, just low-income rental assistance, and I see that we're looking for putting bids for X percent for someone else to run it for us. If I look at $68,000 there or $40,000, but if we do, some needy people who really need some rental assistance, $1,000, $2,000 could save the day. All I'm asking staff is, do we have any existing staff and interns, summer hire, who can run this? Because this is going to be a short-term stuff. And so I'm just asking the question, just so that $40,000, $60,000, $8,000 could provide some good rental assistance for some people who really need it. That's all. Just look and see if we have anyone who can do it already.
Councilman Danny Santana, Community Development Director. Currently, we do not have any staff that can, but we can certainly look at that. Our intent is to minimize what administrative costs are associated with the program, and we are looking for a consultant that could be brought on temporarily to administer that for the least cost. We will go through the normal request for quotes process, provided we can maintain that under $40,000, and that way we maximize how much actually goes to rental assistance rather than to administrative overhead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Santana. I was just thinking, it's summer hire, so that's just thinking about it.
We're certainly willing to think out of the box, Councilman, but we do need to make sure that it is somebody that is experienced with these types of programs and ensure that we don't run into any challenges with a later audit.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I see none, so I'll take a motion to authorize allocation and appropriation of the CARES funds that we thus far have received. Councilmember Matucci.
Move to allocate the CARES funds.
Councilmember Chen.
Councilman Chen was second.
Hi, Mayor, and just to clarify, that was to authorize allocation and appropriation of CARES funds, correct?
That's what I said.
Okay.
And I think that's what he motioned.
I only heard allocation. I apologize. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 9D as in David, also from the City Manager's Office, to discuss and determine additional City Council dark nights.
Staff.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. This is Connor Shortland from the City Manager's Office. It is the recommendation of the City Manager that City Council declare the following Tuesdays as additional City Council dark nights from July 1st through December 31st, 2020, October 6th, and November 17th. On June 16th, an item was presented to the City Council to discuss and determine City Council dark nights. At that time, the following dates were approved by the City Council: August 4th, September 8th, September 29th, November 3rd, November 24th, and December 29th. At that meeting, the Council directed staff to investigate inclusion of November 17th, which is the National League of Cities Summit, to the list of Council dark nights. To date, the National League of Cities intends to host the summit, but it will be tentatively hybrid. Staff requests that Council provide direction as to whether November 17th will be included as a dark night. In addition, the National Night Out, scheduled for August 4, 2020, has been rescheduled to October 6, 2020. Staff requests that Council provide direction as to whether August 4 will remain a dark night and to include October 6 as a Council dark night. At this time, staff asks that the City Council discuss and provide direction on Council meeting dark nights. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Connor. Appreciate it. Good work on the agenda item and the other work you did today. And actually, in executive session, I think this council has determined that we're going to be doing an executive session on August 4th. So that will no longer be a council dark night. We're going to take that off the table because National Night Out has been canceled. I also look at October 6th as I really don't think National Night Out is going to happen in October. We can leave it there, and then we can always adjust it later. But I really can, I think looking at this realistically that there's nothing much going to happen the rest of this year. With regard to the November 17th, my colleagues have any thoughts on that? There still will be a conference. It will be a virtual conference, so I believe it starts on the 18th, as opposed to the travel day would be the 17th, I think. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was the one that raised the issue on the 17th for the League of Cities conference. And I agree that the 17th was really just a travel day, and if there's not going to be travel involved, then I would agree that that's not required to make that a dark night. And so I would lean towards making that a regular council meeting night. But if something should change and they do decide to have a conference which would involve travel, then I would like it to come back again to cancel that meeting. But it sounds like that's not likely to happen.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's not going to happen this year. I really do. I think they're even planning the virtual conference already. So, that way. And, virtual conferences are better in some respects because you don't have the travel days. But it takes away that personal contact again and those side meetings that you have with elected officials from other cities. It's unfortunate. So where are we at? 4th is back in, August 4th. October 6th, are we going to do a wait and see on that, or do we want to bring it back now? Councilmember Griffith?
Yeah, if nobody else will chime in, I'll go ahead and say I also think October 6th won't be a national night out, and so I see no reason why we can't meet there. We've got a lot of stuff going on in the city that we need to tend to, so I'd say we keep October 6th as a regular council meeting night, unless for some reason National Night Out becomes something where we can go out and meet with the residents in person. And just like on the November 17th, should that happen and we are able to travel, then we could call it a dark night. But at this date, I'd say leave it as a council meeting night. And just to clarify, the August 4th meeting night, that would be a closed session only, not a general public meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding of what we discussed. So I think
I just want to make sure that was clear.
Yeah, but it
will not be for any other agenda items, just for what will be taken care of in closed session, I think.
Great.
Unless an emergency comes up. All right. If there's no further discussion, that's a good motion. Do we have a second? Councilmember Matucci?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, we're now moving on to item 9E as in Edward, from the city manager and the city attorney. This is ratification and extension of administrative orders from staff.
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, city attorney. This is a standard thing we've been doing while we've been in the state of emergency related to COVID-19. There's two different types of orders that the city manager has done. The public orders are kind of citywide, larger orders, and then administrative orders are kind of the smaller orders that usually deal with kind of internal to the city's operations. Tonight, you'll be looking at ratifying administrative orders issued between July 1, 2020 and July 16, 2020 by the city manager, which is on attachment B on page 9. There is a Scrivener's error on that. The strategic planning one has been rescinded. It was noted that that one is actually handled by an earlier public order, so we will be revising that public order and bringing that forward to you at this council meeting on the 28th. The other two items, the splash pad and the parking for street sweeping enforcement that was discussed earlier this evening, as well as last week, are the other two items that are covered by this, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see no hands raised. On this, we do need a number and title, do we not?
Yes, Your Honor.
May we have one, City Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor. I was trying to shuffle the pages before I turned the mic on. This is resolution number 2020-80, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying administrative orders issued by the City Manager, acting as the Director of Emergency Services between July 1st, 2020 and July 16th, 2020.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to move to approve the recommendation of the city manager and adopt resolution 2020-80.
Councilmember Matucci.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay. Now it gets a little tricky. We're moving on to item 9F as in Frank. Staff has recommended that the city and the Torrance Industrial Development Authority establish a joint exercise of powers authority to assist with city financing. The Joint Powers Authority is established by the city and the Industrial Development Authority, executing a joint exercise of powers agreement. Staff has provided a form of the agreement, and it is attached to the staff report for this item. The City Council will first consider a resolution approving the agreement, and then we will temporarily adjourn the City Council meeting to allow the Board of Directors of the Industrial Development Authority to convene its meeting and consider a similar resolution and some additional items. Does the staff have a presentation?
Thank you, Your Honor. Eric Chow with the Finance Department. Staff does not have a presentation, but are available for any questions.
Does the council have any questions? I see none.
So, City Clerk, may we have a number and title on this one, please?
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2020-81, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing the execution of a joint exercise of powers agreement for the establishment of the Torrance Joint Powers Financing Authority.
Do you have a motion to concur and to adopt the resolution? Councilmember Chen.
Mayor, I move to concur with staff recommendation and adopt resolution 2020-81.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Councilwoman Kalani.
Councilmember Goodrich, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, there are no scheduled hearings. The City Council, as members of the Industrial Development Authority of the City of Torrance, will convene the meeting of the Industrial Development Authority of the City of Torrance without leaving their seats. I request a roll call of the Industrial Development Authority.
Member Ashcraft?
Here.
Member Chen?
Present.
Member Goodrich?
Here.
Member Griffiths?
Here.
Member Kalani?
Present.
Member Matucci?
Here.
Chair Fury?
Present. I'll take a report on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, July 16th.
Okay. And now I'll take a motion to approve the minutes of December 6, 1994. Y'all remember that? Yes, we can vote on it. We do not have to abstain on it. It's a ministerial move. Councilmember Chen.
Mayor, I move to adopt the minutes from December 6, 1994.
Councilmember Griffith.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote. Member Ashcraft?
Yes.
Member Chen?
Yes.
Member Goodrich?
Aye.
Member Griffiths?
Yes.
Member Kalani?
Yes.
Member Matucci?
Yes.
Chair Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, now we will now move on to item 9, oral communication to this portion of the agenda. Oral communication during item 9 is limited to the Industrial Development Authority's agenda items 4A and 4B. Additionally, the public can make general comments on any matter within the Industrial Development Authority's subject matter jurisdiction. Any member of the public making comments that are not related to agenda items 4A and 4B or within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Industrial Development Authority will be disconnected. To the call center, do we have anyone who has called in?
Good evening, Mayor. No, there are currently no callers on the line. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This item relates to the same topic as item 9F on the City Council agenda. I don't believe any further presentation is required from the city's finance director. So we're looking to adopt a resolution. 4A is to adopt a resolution approving formation of the Torrance Joint Powers Financing Authority. Expenditure is none. Recommendation of the finance director that the board of directors of the Industrial Development Authority of the City of Torrance adopt a resolution approving formation of the Torrance Joint Powers Financing Authority and execution of a joint exercise of powers agreement. The board may then ask questions and discuss the proposed resolution. Are there any questions concerning the resolution? I see none. The board can make a motion to adopt the resolution number IDA 2020-01. Do we have such a motion? Thank you, Councilmember Chen. Do we need to read a number and title on this first, Madam Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
I jumped the gun. Thank you. Could I get a reading of that?
Yes. The first is Resolution IDA 2020-01, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Industrial Development Authority of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing the execution of a joint exercise of powers agreement for the establishment of the Torrance Joint Powers Financing Authority. And the second one is Resolution number IDA 2020-02, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Industrial Development Authority of the City of Torrance, California, providing for certain organizational matters.
Now I call for a motion to concur with the staff recommendation and adopt both of those resolutions under the IDA. Councilmember Chen.
And Councilman Chen moves to adopt, to accept staff recommendations and adopt resolutions IDA 2020-01 and resolution IDA 2020-02.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Councilwoman Kalani, second.
Roll call vote. Member Ashcraft?
Yes.
Member Chen?
Yes.
Member Goodrich?
Aye.
Member Griffiths?
Yes.
Member Kalani?
Yes.
Member Matucci?
Yes.
Chair Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay. Number 5 under the IDA, hearings, none. Report of the executive director and other officers, none. Report of committees, none. Addendum matters, none. Request for executive session, none. Adjournment. I will take a motion to adjourn the meeting of the Board of Directors of the Industrial Development Authority of the City of Torrance and reconvene the meeting of the City Council. Councilmember Matucci.
So moved.
Councilmember Griffin.
I second that.
Roll call vote. Board Member Ashcraft?
Yes.
Board Member Chen?
Yes.
Board Member Goodrich?
Aye.
Board Member Griffiths?
Yes.
Board Member Kalani?
Yes.
Board Member Matucci?
Yes.
Chair Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, we're back to the City Council meeting, and there are no scheduled second reading ordinances, so this takes us to City Council oral communications.
Mayor, we lost your audio.
Not again. Is it better?
I can hear you.
I hear him.
Okay. City Council oral communications, and the council order at this point is Councilmember Chen is up first.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wish everybody continue to stay safe, and that's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich.
Just want to remind everybody to smile a little bit more. We could all use a little more positivity in our lives, and to also be kind to one another.
Councilmember Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I have several things here, actually. So, first of all, the Torrance Theater Company is having another virtual performance this Sunday, and as soon as I can get my text message up, I'll tell you more about it. Hang on tight just for a sec. All right, so it's this Sunday. The Torrance Theater Company has their last play in the series. It's called All the Days. It will be at Sunday at 6 p.m. online. If you're interested in getting tickets to the performance, go to www.torrancetheatercompany.com. And just as an added note that if you do sign up for this, if you're unable to watch it at the time that it's put on, the link will be good for 24 hours, so you can watch it at your convenience at a future time within 24 hours of the performance. And so the Torrance Theater Company would love everyone's participation in that. The second thing I wanted to ask for concurrence of my colleagues is to see if the city would write a letter to the governor requesting the governor to make a stay on the increase in the minimum wage during the COVID period of time. Minimum wage is scheduled to go up again, and our businesses are suffering just dramatically with the COVID issues, and I think an increase in the minimum wage during this process would be a negative thing. So I'd like to see if we could get staff with council concurrence to request the governor to delay the implementation of the minimum wage to assist our businesses through the difficulties of the COVID-19 pandemic. Concurrence? Looks like we do. Last thing I wanted to great, thank you all. Last thing I wanted to bring up is in regards to the resolution that was brought forward at the beginning of the meeting, which I fully supported, and I was very pleased to see that come forward. I just want to state for the record from myself personally, and I'm sure all my colleagues feel the same way, that the actions of the Lena Hernandez in our Wilson Park, those were deplorable, the things that she did. None of us here, I'm sure, approve what she did. And I know that the city attorney has been very hampered legally as to ability to press charges. And I don't know if now would be the time for me to ask the city attorney to explain why the charges in the Wilson Park incident were not brought forward. But I just found that the actions were deplorable, and I certainly want to say that. And if the city attorney would be interested in chiming in, I'd love to hear that. And then I also want to say one other thing before the city attorney says anything is that many people went so far as to say that this actions by this person represents Torrance. And I want to say with 100% certainty that I believe that those actions do not represent Torrance. It was made by a person who doesn't even live in Torrance. And I think that the people who are saying that this represents Torrance are way off base. And I want you to know that I certainly am feeling that the city of Torrance is not that way and is not representative of Torrance in any way. And I wanted to make those points clear. And if there's any way that the city attorney could just chime in for a moment, I'd sure appreciate that.
Sure. This is Patrick Sullivan, the city attorney. As you said, the words used by Ms. Hernandez were deplorable and hurtful and hateful, and all the other words that people have said about them. But I am bound by my ethical duty as a prosecutor to only file charges that can be proven in court. I can't listen to an outcry, even if it's a justifiable outcry. I'm limited to what the law says and what the law must do. And so we look at what's called jury instructions for each crime. While we were able to file charges in the battery case that occurred, we were unable to do the two incidents at the Wilson Park due to the fact of the jury instructions. And just a basic breakdown of it would be that for a criminal threat, you have to have a clear, unequivocal, immediate threat that puts a person in a sustained state of fear that is both objectively and subjectively reasonable. And in both of those cases, either the threat didn't meet the requirement, or and actually in both cases the threat didn't meet the requirement, and secondarily in both cases under the law the fear wasn't able to be proven in both those situations. So without that, we don't have the evidence that we could to file a charge, and we're ethically bound not to file a charge due to pressure, prejudice, or outside influences. The city council, who has been getting berated for the decision of my office, is actually unable to influence my office whatsoever. The way the law is written is that a city prosecutor or a DA is not subject to any review or influence when making those decisions. So the city council, although they've gotten a lot of hate email and voicemails, as has my office, does not have that say. And the other thing I would like to point out that I know people look at it and see that, I'm a Caucasian, but, I'm the child of immigrants. So first generation, I'm very sensitive to these issues. And my office is probably the most diverse office in the city of Torrance. We have Asian Americans, Latino Americans, African American Americans, and so we are very diverse. Pacific Islanders. So we are very diverse, and we looked at this very carefully and looked at all the evidence, went through all the videos, broke it all down, transcribed it, and it's just the elements were not met.
I appreciate your comments, Mr. Sullivan. And the last question for you, is there any law that the city could pass to make such behavior illegal?
No, the state has pretty much occupied the field due to the fact that either whether it's a criminal threat or a hate crime. I would like to point out that the district attorney's office just did file a hate crime charge for a person who, suspect who threw rocks through an Asian-owned business. But there you have the crime, which is the vandalism, that's backed up by the hate, where here we didn't have an assault on top of the hate, and then for the criminal threat, it just wasn't there. So anything further than what's allowed under the state law would probably be preempted, and then you get into First Amendment issues. So you can say super hateful things and really obnoxious things, but it's protected by our First Amendment. The First Amendment is one of those great things that everyone loves and learns about until someone uses it, and then everyone wants it to stop. Much like the language that is addressed to the city council and staff during orals, whether it's cursing or even wishing death upon staff and the council, or wishing that COVID would come get us or that the Lord would call us home. As long as it doesn't branch into the level of a threat, that speech is protected, as distasteful as it may be.
I really appreciate your comments to help clarify that for the public as well as my colleagues and myself. It's been a really challenging situation, and I do feel badly, and I sympathize with all the people that would like to see her charged more aggressively, but it's not a unique thing to Torrance. The same situation would happen no matter where this happened, and it's not because Torrance doesn't want to prosecute, it's because we really can't. And I wanted to make sure that was made clear to all the people that have been requesting us to pursue charges. I would love to see charges pressed, but what would be the point if there's nothing that we could do legally to enforce those charges? So thank you for the clarification. Sorry if I put you on the spot. And then just with everyone's patience, I'd have one last item, and it's just a follow-up to my earlier comment. My new Protect Local Control Coalition that I'm now the volunteer head of has already received quite a number of emails of people volunteering, and I appreciate that, and I want to just restate that anyone who's interested in helping out with that effort, my email address, mgriffiths, MGRIFFITHS, @torranceca.gov, and send me your name and your phone number, and obviously I'll have your email address, and I'll be in touch with you. Thank you all for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you so much, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to ask my fellow council members and city staff, Mayor, to consider something for me. In January, our beloved Mayor Ken Miller passed away at the age of 97, someone that dedicated their life to the city of Torrance. And his family was recently telling me that he loved the Wilson Park so very, very much. and that he used to go there and exercise. He'd walk there frequently. He was religious about feeding the squirrels. He was certain that the squirrels would wait for him when he'd go for his walk. So I would like to ask the council to consider having staff research what it might take to dedicate a bench to him at Wilson Park, and I'd like to do that. Consider that for him if possible.
Staff can figure that out for us and let us know what it costs.
Okay. Thank you. Nope. Other than that, I just want to thank everyone for their continued patience and unity, and to have a wonderful evening and rest of the week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Tucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to commend staff for always putting together such a great agenda. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes on all these items. I mean, their efforts in putting the information together. I also want to say thank you to our police department. They've put patrolling at our troubled parks in high gear, and a few of the residents, quite a bit actually of the residents, called and texted and emailed me with praise for our police department. And we do need to put really close attention to protecting our police and protecting them the way they protect us. And I think it's very important that we come together as a community behind our law enforcement. Of course, fire, haven't forgotten about you guys. You guys do an awesome job as well, all of our first responders, but especially police. We're going through a very, very tough time for law enforcement. And I heard that we have two new officers that were sworn in, so congratulations to them. But again, I really do think as a community we can get through this. We can continue to making Torrance a better place. I am going to share the non-emergency number for the Torrance Police Department because I think it's important that everybody has it on speed dial, 310-328-3456. You can also find it on the website. See something, say something. I think that's good things to live by. But be vigilant and use your best judgment as to what seems out of place. I think we can all agree that crime, petty crime, has gone up for sure. But let's just keep a close eye on our city as we're protecting. Last but not least, a couple weeks ago, the community lost a good friend, somebody that I knew on a personal level. Her name was Ashley Marie Wells, a young 23-year-old, vibrant, beautiful smile, somebody that I think had a great, bright future ahead of her. She was an active volunteer. She was an athlete. She was a community organizer as well. She was a friend to many. She loved family and life, but most importantly, she loved God. And ironically, in her last Facebook post, she wrote, "I am going higher in Jesus' name." And yes, Ashley, you definitely did. And you will be missed. Condolences to her family, and may she rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ashcroft.
Thank you. A couple of positive things. I'd like to commend Old Torrance Neighborhood Association. They're doing a lot of random acts of kindness in the city of Torrance, and Debbie Hayes sends out emails and tells the association everything that goes on, and it's amazing. A lot of families are being blessed by positive things that they're able to do with groceries, and the South Bay Quilt Guild is making lap blankets and giving those out to families. So there's a lot of good things happening in the city of Torrance. And another good thing that happened this past week There's a brother and sister that live in my neighborhood, Kaylee and Noah. It was covered in the Daily Breeze that our Torrance Police Department and Fire Department headed up a little car parade that went by their house as they stood outside, and it was to celebrate that both children who suffer, a brother and sister, both suffer from brain cancer. And they have gotten good news that right now the children are in remission. So it was a celebration that these kids were in remission, and our police department and fire department headed up a long stream of cars that were family and friends that drove by. And it was a wonderful thing to see. So thank you, Torrance Fire and Police, for caring about our citizens so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And as we close this meeting, I think and I think a lot of it has to do with the COVID-19 situation, but you hear an awful lot of anger in people's voices, whether it's anger you heard tonight on our oral communications, anger for the police, anger versus the police, anger about the housing bills that are gone on, anger about the restrictions that the government has laid upon businesses or residents. And it's for those things I think we're all starting to feel like everything's out of control. For some, these changes can trigger irritable emotions, and that's what we're seeing. Let's remember to be kind to each other. They're with us in this pandemic. Everybody's together in this pandemic. It's against all of us. It's something that we can't see and we can't manage right now, and that's troubling to a lot of people. But everybody's experiencing the same changes, and it's important for us to be mindful of that. Staff mentioned in the COVID update, a campaign will be launching on Thursday to help bring that Torrance spirit back to us. That's the way Torrance was. Lots of smiles. You heard people complaining about the attacks of the women at Wilson Park and at the mall. I mean, let's get back to where we used to be. And I think the resolution that we did tonight, that's starting the conversation. But all of these great things are the reasons that we came to the city of Torrance. I know the 7 people who are elected up here, that's the reason we came here, because it's such a great city, great place to live, a safe place to live. We've heard it earlier tonight. Great place to get your children educated. The kindness, inclusion, and neighborly spirit that we are used to, we have to bring back during this unprecedented time. It's right now it's more so than ever that we need that. So I want everybody to subscribe to the Torrance e-newsletter and follow us on social media to prepare for this launch. Like I mentioned, it's going to be Thursday. I challenge you all to participate, to be kind, to dare to care. Watching the recent COVID numbers has been alarming. This fight isn't over. We need to continue to cover our face and mind our space. Please do it for your family. We don't have to write tickets or arrest people for that. Common sense says put a mask on. If you're protecting yourself now, before we were just protecting other people, now they've found out wearing a mask can actually protect you too. So there's a dual purpose in this. Please do it for your family. Our businesses are hurting. Our kids are restless. If there's something that you can do that really takes very little effort, contribute by covering your face and social distancing. It's free. It doesn't cost a penny. Every effort counts, and I thank those who have complied. New information comes quickly and frequently. You can find all the information on reopening, including restaurants who have expanded to accommodate outdoor dining, in addition to links to county and state orders at torranceca.gov/COVID-19. Everything you need to know, keep you up to date, and take care of yourselves and be safe. And remember again, mind your space and cover your face. I'll take a motion to adjourn. Or not. Councilmember Chen, thank you.
Mayor, I move.
I mean that.
I move per the recommendation of City Manager that City Council adjourn tonight's City Council meeting to Tuesday, July 28th 2020 at 5:30 p.m. for a closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 7 p.m. In compliance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2920, which suspended portions of the Brown Act, members of the City Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference and other electronic means in our continuing effort to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via City Cable Channel 3 Spectrum and Channel 31 Frontier, over the air on 25.2, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City of Torrance CA Government, and YouTube channel Torrance City Cable.
Oh, that was a mouthful. Do we have a second? Councilwoman Ashcraft.
I second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Good night, everyone. We'll see you next week. Tune in.